Most people believe they are tired because they need more sleep. But what if the real reason is that your mind has been surviving for far too long? Every day it carries something, a responsibility, a pressure, a worry about the future, a regret from the past, a problem that refuses to leave. And after months, years, sometimes decades of carrying all that weight, something inside begins to wear down, not all at once, slowly, quietly, until one day you wake up exhausted before the day has even begun. You move through your responsibilities, you handle what needs to be handled, you keep going because that is what life has taught you to do. But beneath the surface, your mind is tired, tired of fighting, tired of preparing, tired of carrying burdens that never seem to end. The strange thing is that many people do not even realize it is happening. They think exhaustion is normal. They think tension is normal. They think living in a constant state of mental alertness is simply part of being an adult. But it was never supposed to be this way. Somewhere along the journey, many of us learned how to endure, but never learned how to rest. We learned how to push through discomfort, how to stay strong when life became difficult, how to keep moving when every part of us wanted to stop. But the mind was never designed to live in survival mode forever. Even the strongest tree cannot withstand endless storms without eventually showing signs of wear. And the same is true for the human mind. The Stoics understood something that modern life often forgets. A peaceful mind is not something you stumble upon by accident. It is something you cultivate, something you practice. They believed that much of human suffering comes not from life itself, but from the constant battle we create inside our own minds. The endless resistance to reality, the exhausting desire to control what cannot be controlled, the habit of carrying yesterday into today and tomorrow into tonight. The more the mind fights, the more tired it becomes. The more it resists, the heavier life feels. And eventually, even simple things begin to feel difficult. Not because life became heavier, but because the mind became exhausted from carrying unnecessary weight. Tonight is an opportunity to stop carrying, to stop resisting, to stop surviving. For the next few hours, there is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to prove, no problem you need to solve, no role you need to perform. You are allowed to step away from all of it. You are allowed to rest. Not just your body, but your mind. Not just your muscles, but your thoughts. Not just your eyes, but the deeper part of you that has been quietly holding everything together for far too long. Because beneath the noise, beneath the worry, beneath the pressure, there is another part of you. A quieter part, a calmer part. A part that has not been damaged by stress or fear, a part that remains untouched by the chaos of the world. The Stoics believed that wisdom begins when we become still enough to reconnect with that part of ourselves, when thoughts are observed instead of followed, when fears are acknowledged instead of obeyed, when acceptance replaces resistance. That is what tonight is about. Not becoming someone different, not fixing every problem in your life, not transforming yourself overnight. It is about returning to a calmer state of mind, returning to a place of inner stillness, returning to the peace that has been waiting beneath the surface all along. As the world grows quieter and your breathing becomes slower, allow yourself to release what you were never meant to carry forever. Let the worries soften. Let the pressure loosen its grip. Let the endless mental noise gradually fade into the background. Tonight, the work is over. The struggle can pause. The burden can be set down. And as your mind slowly relaxes into stillness, you may discover something that has been hidden beneath the exhaustion all along. You were never meant to spend your entire life surviving. You were meant to live. You were meant to experience peace. You were meant to rest. And tonight, perhaps for the first time in a very long time, you can begin to remember what that feels like. As the mind begins to settle and the weight of constant survival starts to loosen, another hidden source of exhaustion slowly comes into view. It is not always the big problems that drain us the most. Sometimes it is the quiet habits we carry for years without noticing. Habits that seem kind, responsible, and even loving on the surface. Yet beneath them, something is being depleted every single day. Few people realize how much energy can disappear simply from carrying emotions that were never theirs to carry. And the longer this continues, the harder it becomes to understand why rest never feels complete. There is a particular kind of tiredness that sleep alone cannot fix. It is the exhaustion that comes from always being emotionally available, always listening, always understanding, always helping, always being the person others lean on when life becomes difficult. At first, this can feel meaningful. It feels good to be trusted. It feels good to be needed. It feels good when friends, family members, co-workers or loved ones come to you because they believe you will understand. But over time, something subtle begins to happen. You stop carrying only your own worries. You begin carrying theirs too. Without realizing it, your mind becomes a storage room for other people's fears, frustrations, disappointments, and problems. Every conversation leaves a small emotional footprint. Every complaint you absorb adds a little more weight. Every crisis you help manage requires energy from your own internal reserves. The Stoics understood that compassion is valuable, but they also understood the danger of becoming emotionally entangled in every struggle around you. Many people confuse caring with carrying, but they are not the same thing. Caring means offering support, wisdom, presence, and kindness. Carrying means taking ownership of emotional burdens that do not belong to you. One creates connection, the other creates exhaustion. This is why some of the kindest people often become the most emotionally drained. They spend years absorbing stress from everyone around them. They become the family therapist, the dependable friend, the person who always answers the phone, the one who never says no. From the outside, they appear strong. Inside, they are quietly running out of energy. The problem is that emotional availability often becomes part of a person's identity. They begin to believe their worth comes from being useful to others. They feel guilty when they create boundaries. They feel selfish when they prioritize their own needs. So they continue giving, and giving, and giving, until there is very little left for themselves. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that each person is responsible for their own thoughts and judgments. This was not a rejection of compassion. It was a recognition of reality. You cannot think for another person. You cannot heal every wound. You cannot solve every problem. And you certainly cannot carry the emotional weight of an entire world without eventually collapsing beneath it. Many people spend years trying to rescue others from feelings that only those individuals can process themselves. A parent worries endlessly about an adult child. A friend loses sleep over another friend's mistakes. A partner constantly manages the emotions of their spouse. Little by little, their nervous system remains activated long after the conversation ends. Even when they are alone at night, their minds continue replaying situations that are not actually theirs to control. This creates a hidden form of stress. The body may be sitting quietly in bed, but the mind is still working overtime, still solving, still worrying, still carrying. The Stoics encouraged a different approach. They taught that you can stand beside someone without stepping inside their suffering. You can offer support without becoming consumed by their pain. You can love deeply without sacrificing your own peace. This requires wisdom because many people believe that letting go means they no longer care. In reality, the opposite is often true. When you stop carrying what is not yours, You create the strength needed to genuinely help when it matters most. Think about a lifeguard. A lifeguard cannot save someone by drowning alongside them. They must remain steady, grounded, calm. The same principle applies emotionally. The more stable you become internally, the more helpful you become externally. Another hidden danger of constant emotional availability is that it leaves very little space for self-reflection. When your attention is always focused on other people's problems, you rarely stop to ask yourself what you are feeling. Your own needs become background noise. Your own exhaustion goes unnoticed. Your own emotional wounds remain unexamined. Years can pass this way. Then one day the fatigue becomes impossible to ignore, not because something suddenly changed, but because the mind has finally reached its limit. Tonight, consider the possibility that you were never meant to carry every burden placed before you. Perhaps your role was never to become everyone's emotional container. Perhaps your role was simply to care without carrying, to listen without absorbing, to support without sacrificing yourself, to love without losing yourself. As this understanding begins to settle into the mind, something remarkable starts to happen. The invisible weight becomes lighter. The nervous system begins to soften. And for the first time in a long while, you may discover what it feels like to simply be present without feeling responsible for everything and everyone around you. Once you begin to understand that you do not have to carry every emotion around you, something deeper becomes easier to see. Sometimes the mind is not only tired because of what it is carrying today. Sometimes it is tired because the body still believes it is living inside yesterday. You may have stepped away from certain people, certain rooms, certain seasons, and certain storms, but somewhere inside, your nervous system may still be standing guard at the door. There is a strange kind of exhaustion that comes from being safe now, but still feeling unsafe inside. Nothing may be attacking you in this moment, yet your chest remains tight. No one may be shouting, yet your body stays alert. No crisis may be happening, yet your thoughts keep preparing for one. This is one of the quietest forms of suffering, because from the outside, people may say, "Relax, everything is fine." But inside, something still whispers, "Not yet." Your nervous system is the part of you that learned how to protect you before you even had words for what was happening. It noticed danger before your mind could explain it. It learned the tone of voices. It learned the sound of footsteps. It learned the silence before disappointment. It learned the look on someone's face before conflict began. And if life taught you early enough that peace could disappear without warning, your body may have decided that constant alertness was safer than trust. This is why rest can feel difficult for people who have lived through long seasons of stress. Their body does not simply switch off because the day is over. The lights may be off, the room may be quiet, the bed may be soft, but the nervous system is still checking, still listening, still scanning, still asking, what if something happens? And because this process happens beneath conscious thought, the person may not understand why sleep feels so far away. The Stoics did not use the same words we use today for the nervous system, but they understood the inner battle very well. They knew that the mind often suffers not only from events, but from the meaning it attaches to events. A person who has been hurt before may begin to treat every uncertainty like a warning. Every delay becomes rejection. Every change becomes threat. Every quiet moment becomes a place where old fears rise again. This does not mean the person is weak. It means the body learned too well. Survival responses were never meant to be permanent homes. They were meant to protect you in moments of true danger, then step back when safety returned. But when stress lasts too long, or wounds are never processed, the body may forget how to step back. It begins to live as if danger is always near, even when life has moved on. This is why some people feel tired after doing almost nothing. Their body has been spending energy invisibly, holding muscles tight, keeping breath shallow, preparing for bad news, reading people's moods, expecting disappointment, trying to prevent pain before it arrives. This kind of inner work is exhausting, even if no one sees it. A person can sit quietly all day and still feel drained, because inside the alarm system has not stopped ringing. One of the most painful parts of this is that old wounds can make peace feel suspicious. When calm finally arrives, the mind may not know what to do with it. It may start searching for what is wrong. It may create problems just to feel prepared again. This is why some people feel more comfortable in chaos than in stillness, not because they love suffering, but because suffering became familiar, and the mind often mistakes the familiar for the safe. Stoic wisdom invites you to begin separating the present from the past, not by denying what happened, not by pretending pain did not shape you, but by gently asking, is this danger here now, or is my body remembering something old? That question is powerful because it creates space between memory and reality. It reminds the mind that not every feeling is a command, not every fear is a prophecy, not every tension is proof that something is wrong. This is where healing begins slowly. The nervous system does not learn safety through force. It learns safety through repeated calm, through gentle breathing, through honest awareness, through quiet moments where nothing needs to be fixed, through the steady practice of telling yourself, that was then. This is now. The Stoic path is not about suppressing fear. It is about seeing fear clearly, without letting it rule the entire inner world. As night approaches, the body needs permission to stop guarding. It needs to know that the old season is not happening again. It needs to feel that you are no longer trapped inside the same danger. And sometimes this permission begins with one simple act: noticing the alarm without becoming the alarm. You can feel tension and still be safe. You can remember pain and still be here. You can carry a history and still choose a different response tonight. The worn-out mind begins to rest when it realizes it no longer has to protect you from everything. It does not have to replay every old scene. It does not have to prepare for every possible wound. It does not have to keep proving that it can survive. There is a softer wisdom available now. A wisdom that says, I can be aware without being afraid. I can be careful without being controlled. I can rest without danger returning. And as that truth settles deeper, the body begins to receive a message it may have waited years to hear. The danger has passed. The moment has changed. The storm is no longer in the room. Tonight, you are not being asked to fight your way through life. You are being invited to let the nervous system learn something new: safety, stillness, sleep. As the nervous system slowly begins to understand that the danger is no longer here, another pattern often reveals itself. Many people are not only exhausted because they survived difficult experiences, they are exhausted because they never stopped preparing for the next one. Even after the storm passes, they remain standing with an umbrella in their hands, watching the sky, waiting for another cloud to appear. There is a quiet habit that steals peace from countless lives. It rarely gets noticed because it often looks responsible. It looks like planning. It looks like caution. It looks like being prepared. But beneath the surface, it is something else entirely. It is the belief that if you stay ready for every possible problem, you can prevent pain from reaching you. At first, this seems reasonable. After all, life contains uncertainty. Problems do arise. Challenges do appear. But somewhere along the way, many people cross an invisible line. They stop preparing for occasional difficulties and start living in permanent readiness. Their minds never fully sit down, never fully relax, never fully exhale. They are always anticipating, always calculating, always scanning the horizon for signs of trouble. Even during good moments, part of their attention remains somewhere in the future, searching for what might go wrong. The Stoics understood that preparation has value, but they also understood its limits. They believed wisdom meant preparing your character, not preparing for every possible disaster. Because no matter how much thinking you do, life will always contain unknowns. Yet many people spend years acting as though enough preparation will finally make them safe. They tell themselves, once I solve this problem, I can relax. Then another problem appears. Once I finish this responsibility, I can rest. Then another responsibility arrives. Once everything is under control, I will feel peaceful. But that day never comes. Because life itself is movement. There will always be another task, another uncertainty, another challenge. And if peace depends on a problem-free future, peace remains permanently out of reach. This creates a dangerous cycle. The mind becomes addicted to readiness. It begins treating relaxation as a risk. If it notices calm, it immediately starts looking for something to prepare for. If things are going well, it wonders what it might be missing. If life becomes quiet, it starts searching for potential threats. The result is a person who appears productive but rarely feels rested. Their body may sit still. Their mind never does. Many people do not realize how much energy anticipation consumes. Every imagined conversation, every future scenario, every mental rehearsal, every attempt to predict outcomes. These activities require enormous psychological resources. The brain treats many imagined threats almost as seriously as real ones. A person worrying about tomorrow's problem often experiences stress today. Their heart responds, their muscles tighten, their breathing changes, their sleep becomes lighter. Their nervous system prepares for an event that has not even happened, and sometimes never will. This is one reason chronic overthinking feels so exhausting. The mind keeps spending energy on futures that never arrive. Seneca wrote that people suffer more in imagination than in reality. Thousands of years later, those words remain remarkably accurate. Many of the battles that drain us never actually occur. The argument never happens. The rejection never comes. The disaster never arrives. Yet the body paid the price anyway. Hour after hour, day after day, year after year. Living in constant readiness also steals something precious from the present moment. It becomes difficult to enjoy what is here because attention is always somewhere else. A beautiful evening arrives, but the mind is already planning tomorrow. A peaceful weekend appears, but thoughts are preparing for next week. A meaningful conversation unfolds, but part of the mind is busy solving future problems. Life keeps happening, but it is never fully experienced. The Stoics encouraged a different relationship with uncertainty. They understood that no amount of preparation can eliminate all risk. What creates strength is not predicting every challenge. It is trusting your ability to respond when challenges arrive. There is a profound difference between these two approaches. One says, I must foresee everything. The other says, whatever comes, I will meet it. The first creates anxiety. The second creates resilience. An anxious mind believes safety comes from control. A resilient mind understands safety comes from adaptability. This shift changes everything, because suddenly the future no longer feels like an enemy that must be monitored every minute. It becomes simply another part of life, unknown, uncertain, yet manageable. Another hidden cost of constant readiness is that it trains the mind to believe peace is temporary. Every good moment becomes something to protect instead of something to enjoy. Instead of experiencing happiness, the person worries about losing it. Instead of appreciating success, they prepare for failure. Instead of resting, they remain on guard. This creates a strange kind of loneliness, not loneliness from being around too few people, but loneliness from never fully arriving in your own life, always standing mentally in the next hour, the next day, the next problem, the next possibility, never quite here. Tonight, consider the possibility that your mind does not need to stand watch forever. Consider the possibility that rest is not irresponsibility, that stillness is not weakness, that peace is not carelessness. You do not have to earn rest by solving every future problem first. You do not have to predict every challenge before allowing yourself to breathe. You do not have to spend tonight preparing for tomorrow. The future will arrive whether you worry about it or not. And when it does, you will meet it with the same strength that has carried you through every challenge before. For now, there is nothing to prepare for, nothing to anticipate, nothing to monitor. The mind can step down from its post. The guard can rest. The endless scanning can stop. And as this constant readiness begins to loosen its grip, another possibility quietly emerges. Perhaps true strength was never about staying prepared every second of your life. Perhaps true strength is knowing when it is finally safe to let go. As the habit of constant readiness begins to loosen, another deeper pattern often appears beneath it. Many people are not simply preparing for problems. They have spent so long living in stress that calm itself starts to feel unfamiliar. Without realizing it, the mind becomes attached to urgency. It becomes so accustomed to crisis that peace begins to feel strange. There is a surprising truth that few people ever consider. The human mind can become addicted to psychological emergency, not because it enjoys suffering, not because it wants pain, but because the brain learns whatever it experiences repeatedly. If a person spends years solving problems, managing chaos, handling crises, and putting out emotional fires, the nervous system gradually begins to treat that state as normal. Over time, calm no longer feels natural. Calm feels suspicious. A quiet day arrives, and instead of enjoying it, the mind starts searching for what is wrong. Nothing is happening. No one is upset. No emergency exists. Yet something inside feels uncomfortable, almost restless, almost uneasy. The person may not realize it, but they have become conditioned to operate at high alert. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes shaped by its habits. Whatever you practice repeatedly eventually becomes your default state. If you practice panic, panic becomes familiar. If you practice worry, worry becomes automatic. If you practice urgency, urgency begins to feel necessary. This is why some people struggle to relax even when they desperately want rest. The moment things become quiet, their mind creates activity. The moment life becomes peaceful, they start searching for problems. The moment they sit down to rest, their thoughts begin racing. Not because danger exists, because stillness feels unfamiliar. For many people, this pattern begins years earlier. Perhaps they grew up in an unpredictable environment where they constantly had to monitor situations. Perhaps they spent years caring for others. Perhaps they survived financial difficulties, family conflict, illness, or chronic stress. During those periods, staying alert was useful. It helped them adapt. It helped them survive. But survival habits often remain long after the situation has changed. The mind keeps operating under old instructions. It continues treating ordinary life as though it were an emergency. This creates a cycle that is easy to miss. Stress creates a sense of urgency. Urgency creates action. Action creates temporary relief. The brain begins associating activity with safety. Soon, doing nothing feels dangerous. Rest feels irresponsible. Relaxation feels unproductive. Stillness feels uncomfortable. the person becomes trapped in constant motion, even when there is nowhere they actually need to go. This is one reason some individuals feel anxious during vacations, others struggle on weekends. Some cannot enjoy retirement after spending decades working. The external pressure disappears, but the internal pressure remains. The emergency has ended. The mind never received the message. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to return to the present moment. Again and again he brought his attention back to what was actually happening rather than what his mind imagined might happen. This practice is powerful because psychological emergency almost always lives in the future. It asks endless questions. What if this goes wrong? What if I fail? What if something bad happens? What if I miss something important? What if I am not prepared? These questions create a feeling of urgency that keeps the mind running even when there is no immediate threat. The problem is that urgency feels productive. It creates the illusion of control. A worried mind often believes it is accomplishing something important, yet most of the time it is simply exhausting itself. Like a car engine left running all night in an empty parking lot. Fuel is being burned, energy is being consumed, but no actual movement is taking place. Another hidden consequence of psychological emergency is that it narrows life. When every moment feels urgent, it becomes difficult to appreciate simple things. Beauty gets overlooked. Gratitude becomes rare. Joy feels rushed. Conversations become tasks. Meals become interruptions. Rest becomes something to get through quickly before returning to work. Life slowly transforms into a series of problems to manage rather than experiences to live. The Stoics offered a different way. They taught that peace comes from responding appropriately to reality, not reacting automatically to every thought. They understood that most situations do not require panic. Most situations do not require urgency. Most situations simply require presence. Presence is difficult for a mind addicted to emergency because presence asks you to stay here, not in tomorrow, not in next week, not in the worst-case scenario. Here, in this moment. And in this moment, many of the emergencies the mind predicts do not actually exist. There is only breathing, only awareness, only the quiet unfolding of life. The challenge is that the mind may resist this simplicity at first. It may insist that you should be worrying, preparing, fixing, monitoring, doing something, anything, because activity feels safer than stillness. But every time you choose presence over panic, you teach the mind a new lesson. Every time you allow a peaceful moment to remain peaceful without searching for problems, you strengthen a different pathway. Every time you rest without guilt, you remind your nervous system that life does not always require defense. This is how the addiction begins to weaken, not through force, not through fighting the mind, but through patiently showing it that calm is not dangerous. Tonight, there is no emergency to solve, no crisis demanding your attention, no invisible fire that needs extinguishing. The mind may try to convince you otherwise. It may search for reasons to stay alert. It may look for something to fix, something to prepare for, something to worry about. Let it search, and then gently return to the present. Because the greatest lesson a worn-out mind can learn is that not every moment requires action. Not every feeling requires a solution. Not every uncertainty requires preparation. Sometimes the wisest response is simply to be here, to breathe, to soften, to rest. And as this need for constant urgency begins to fade, a deeper calm slowly starts to emerge. A calm that has been buried beneath years of unnecessary alarms. A calm that reminds you that life is not a permanent emergency, and neither are you. As the mind begins to step away from constant urgency, Another truth slowly rises to the surface. Beneath many forms of stress lies a deeper desire, a desire so common that most people never question it. The desire to feel safe, not physically safe, but emotionally safe, mentally safe, safe from disappointment, safe from uncertainty, safe from pain. And for many people, the strategy they choose is control. The mind quietly tells itself, if I can manage everything, I can finally relax. If I can predict every outcome, I can finally feel secure. If I can prevent mistakes, avoid uncertainty, and keep life organized, then nothing can hurt me. At first, this seems reasonable. Control feels protective. It feels responsible. It feels intelligent. But over time, something unexpected happens. The more control becomes the source of safety, the less safe a person actually feels. Because life refuses to cooperate with this arrangement, people change, plans fail, unexpected events appear, circumstances shift. The future remains uncertain no matter how carefully it is managed. And every time reality refuses to obey, anxiety grows. The Stoics understood this struggle deeply. They observed that much of human suffering comes from trying to control things that were never ours to control in the first place. They noticed that people spend enormous amounts of energy attempting to manage outcomes, other people's opinions, future events, and countless uncertainties. Yet no amount of effort can guarantee certainty. This realization can initially feel uncomfortable. Many people spend years believing that control creates security. But what if true security comes from something else entirely? What if safety is not found in controlling life, but in trusting your ability to face life? This is a profound shift. One approach says, I need life to behave a certain way before I can feel calm. The other says, I can remain calm even when life does not behave the way I want. The first approach creates dependence. The second creates freedom. Consider how exhausting it is to constantly manage everything around you. Every conversation becomes something to control. Every plan becomes something to protect. Every uncertainty becomes a problem to solve. The mind never rests because it believes relaxation will cause everything to fall apart. Many people carry this burden without realizing it. They monitor everyone's reactions. They overthink every decision. They replay conversations. They prepare for every possibility. They try to prevent disappointment before it happens. Yet, despite all this effort, they rarely feel secure. In fact, they often feel more anxious than ever, because control has a hidden appetite. The more you feed it, the more it demands. A person who needs control over 10 things eventually feels the need to control 20, then 50, then 100. The finish line keeps moving. The sense of safety never arrives. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself that external events belong to life, but his response belongs to him. This distinction gave him tremendous freedom. He understood that while he could not command reality, he could guide his own character through whatever reality presented. This is where acceptance enters the picture. Acceptance is one of the most misunderstood ideas in Stoicism. Many people hear the word and assume it means surrendering, giving up, or becoming passive. But Stoic acceptance means something very different. It means seeing reality clearly. It means stopping the argument with what already exists. It means acknowledging the present moment before deciding how to respond. Acceptance does not weaken action, it strengthens it, because energy is no longer wasted fighting facts. Imagine standing in a river and trying to stop the current with your hands. You can struggle, push, fight, resist, but the river continues moving. Now imagine turning and swimming with awareness instead of resistance. The river has not changed, but your relationship with it has. Life works much the same way. Much of our exhaustion comes not from circumstances themselves, but from our endless resistance to circumstances. We argue with reality internally. This should not be happening. Things should be different. People should act differently. The future should be certain. And every should creates tension. Acceptance gently dissolves that tension. It says, this is what exists right now. Not forever, not permanently, just now. And from that place of honesty, wise action becomes possible. Another remarkable thing happens when people stop seeking safety through control. They begin discovering resilience they never knew they possessed. For years they believed their security came from managing everything. Then they realize something surprising. They have already survived uncertainty. They have already survived disappointment. They have already survived mistakes, losses, setbacks, changes and challenges. Life has tested them many times before, and somehow they found their way through. This realization builds a different kind of confidence. Not confidence in circumstances, confidence in yourself. Not trust that nothing difficult will happen. Trust that you can handle what happens. This is the security the Stoics pointed toward, a security that does not depend on perfect conditions, a security that remains available even when life becomes unpredictable. Tonight, consider how much energy has been spent trying to manage things beyond your reach. Consider how many sleepless nights were devoted to controlling outcomes that never arrived. Consider how often the mind has mistaken control for safety. And then consider another possibility. Perhaps you do not need to control every outcome to be okay. Perhaps you do not need complete certainty to feel secure. Perhaps peace begins when the struggle to manage everything finally softens, because real safety is not found in forcing life to obey. It is found in knowing that whatever life brings, you no longer need to fight reality itself. You can meet it, you can adapt to it, you can move through it. And as this understanding settles into the mind, something begins to relax deep within. The constant grip starts to loosen. The endless need to manage starts to fade. And in that space, a quieter form of security appears, one that does not come from control, one that comes from acceptance, one that finally allows the worn-out mind to rest. As the need for control begins to soften, many people expect peace to arrive immediately. They assume that once they stop fighting life, rest will naturally follow. But something surprising often happens instead. The moment they finally slow down, discomfort appears, anxiety surfaces, restlessness rises, and what should feel peaceful suddenly feels difficult. This confuses many people. They spend years wishing for more rest, yet when rest finally arrives, they struggle to enjoy it. They sit down with nothing urgent to do, and within minutes their mind starts searching for something. A task, a responsibility, a problem, a distraction, anything that will pull them back into motion. It is one of the strangest experiences of modern life. People are exhausted, yet they often feel uncomfortable resting. The reason is simple, but rarely understood. The overworked mind does not automatically know how to be still. For years, perhaps decades, it has been trained to operate in movement, solving, fixing, producing, achieving, managing, responding. The mind becomes so accustomed to activity that stillness begins to feel unnatural. Imagine a machine that has been running continuously for years. The moment it stops, every vibration becomes noticeable. Every strange sound becomes obvious. Every hidden issue rises to the surface. The same thing happens within us. Activity often acts as a distraction from deeper emotions. When life is busy, there is little time to notice what is happening internally. There are emails to answer, responsibilities to handle, deadlines to meet, people to take care of. The mind remains occupied, but the moment stillness arrives, all the emotions that were waiting patiently in the background begin stepping forward. Unprocessed grief, lingering fears, old disappointments, hidden loneliness, uncertainty about the future. Feelings that were easy to ignore during activity suddenly become impossible to avoid. The Stoics understood this well. They believed that many people fear solitude, not because solitude is painful, but because it reveals what constant activity has been hiding. When the noise disappears, we meet ourselves. And for someone who has spent years avoiding that meeting, it can feel unsettling. This is why some people fill every moment of their day. They keep the television running. They constantly check their phones. They stay busy from morning until night, not because they enjoy endless activity, because activity protects them from silence. Silence forces attention inward, and inward is where many unresolved emotions live. There is another reason rest feels uncomfortable. Many people secretly associate their worth with productivity. From an early age, they learned that achievement earns approval. Working hard earns praise. Being useful creates value. Being productive proves importance. Over time, this lesson becomes deeply embedded. The person begins measuring their worth by what they accomplish. As a result, rest starts feeling dangerous, because when they are resting, they are not producing. When they are still, they are not achieving. When they pause, they may feel guilty without understanding why. A voice quietly whispers, "You should be doing something. You are wasting time. You are falling behind. You have not done enough." The body is resting. The mind is still working. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that human beings were not created simply to perform tasks endlessly. He recognized that life contains more than productivity, more than achievement, more than accomplishment. Yet modern culture often teaches the opposite. Many people wear exhaustion like a badge of honor. Busyness becomes a symbol of importance. Overwork becomes proof of dedication. Rest becomes something that must be earned. But the truth is that rest is not a reward. It is a necessity. Just as the body requires sleep, the mind requires periods of recovery. Without recovery, even the strongest person eventually becomes depleted. A field cannot produce crops year after year without renewal. A muscle cannot grow without recovery, and the mind cannot remain healthy without periods of stillness. Yet many people resist this reality. They push harder, work longer, carry more, ignore fatigue, until eventually the mind forces a pause through burnout, anxiety, exhaustion, or emotional overwhelm. The Stoics encouraged a wiser approach. They taught moderation, balance, awareness. They understood that strength includes knowing when to stop, knowing when to step back, knowing when to rest before collapse becomes necessary. Another hidden challenge of stillness is that it removes distraction from uncertainty. When life becomes quiet, many people become aware of questions they cannot answer. What will happen next? Am I on the right path? What if things change? What if I fail? Activity often keeps these questions at a distance. Stillness brings them closer. This is why rest sometimes feels anxious, not because rest is harmful, because uncertainty becomes more visible. The Stoic response was not to eliminate uncertainty. It was to make peace with it, to accept that life has always contained unknowns, to understand that certainty was never a requirement for peace, to trust yourself even when answers are unavailable. This trust changes everything, because gradually stillness stops feeling threatening. The mind begins realizing that it can sit quietly without solving every problem. It can rest without having every answer. It can pause without falling behind. It can simply exist. Tonight, if stillness feels uncomfortable, there is nothing wrong with you. You are not failing at rest. You are simply noticing what constant activity once concealed. The discomfort is not proof that rest is bad. It is often proof that healing is beginning, because healing frequently starts with awareness, with noticing, with allowing, with sitting gently beside whatever rises to the surface. The overworked mind does not learn rest overnight. It learns gradually, one quiet moment at a time, one deep breath at a time, one evening where nothing needs to be fixed, one night where productivity is no longer required. And as you continue allowing yourself these moments of stillness, something remarkable begins to happen. The guilt starts losing its authority. The anxiety starts softening. The urge to constantly do begins fading. And little by little the mind remembers something it may have forgotten long ago. Rest is not the opposite of a meaningful life. Rest is part of a meaningful life. And sometimes the most productive thing a worn-out mind can do is finally stop working. As the mind slowly learns that rest is not something it must earn, another hidden source of exhaustion often comes into focus. Some burdens do not come from major crises. Some do not come from obvious responsibilities. Instead, they come from the countless invisible obligations a person carries every single day without anyone noticing. There is a unique kind of tiredness that comes from being responsible for things that nobody else sees. Not because those responsibilities are unimportant, but because they are often carried alone. Many people wake up every morning already carrying a mental list before their feet even touch the floor. They are remembering appointments, anticipating needs, solving problems in advance, managing schedules, monitoring relationships, planning for future situations, keeping track of details that nobody else realizes are being managed. From the outside, it may appear that they are simply living their life. Inside, they are coordinating an entire invisible world. This hidden effort creates a form of exhaustion that is difficult to explain because there is often nothing visible to point to. The person cannot say, "I lifted something heavy." They cannot say, "I ran a marathon." Yet they feel drained. Their mind feels crowded. Their energy feels depleted. And they often wonder why. The answer is that responsibility consumes energy, whether it is visible or invisible. The Stoics understood that every obligation requires attention, and attention is one of the most valuable resources we possess. Wherever attention goes, energy follows. Many people unknowingly spend enormous amounts of mental energy managing responsibilities that never leave their minds. A parent constantly thinking about their children's future. A caregiver worrying about an aging loved one. A business owner carrying concerns that employees never see. A spouse remembering dozens of details necessary to keep family life functioning smoothly. A person quietly managing everyone's emotional well-being while neglecting their own. These responsibilities rarely receive recognition because they exist primarily inside the mind. But the nervous system does not distinguish between visible labor and invisible labor. Both require effort. Both require attention. Both consume energy. One reason invisible responsibilities become so exhausting is that they never seem finished. Physical tasks usually have clear endings. You wash the dishes, you complete the project, you finish the workout. The task ends. Invisible responsibilities often do not. The parent never stops being a parent. The caregiver never fully stops caring. The worrier never reaches the end of things to worry about. The planner never runs out of future situations to anticipate. The responsibility continues even during moments that should be restful. The body sits down, the mind keeps working. This creates a constant background strain that many people become so accustomed to that they stop noticing it altogether. The Stoics frequently emphasized the importance of distinguishing between what requires attention right now and what merely occupies mental space. This distinction is crucial. Many invisible responsibilities exist entirely in the future. They are possibilities, potential problems, hypothetical situations, questions without answers. The mind treats them as active obligations, even though no action can currently be taken. As a result, a person carries weight that serves no immediate purpose. They hold on to it because they believe letting go would be irresponsible. Yet holding on to it creates continuous exhaustion. Another hidden challenge is that invisible responsibilities often create loneliness. Not because a person is physically alone, but because their effort remains unseen. When people notice physical work, appreciation often follows. When they do not see the work, they assume little effort is being made. This can leave a person feeling misunderstood. They carry enormous mental loads while appearing calm on the surface. Others see the outcome. They do not see the constant effort required to produce it. Over time, this can create resentment, frustration, or emotional fatigue. Not because the person wants praise, but because every human being wants to feel seen, wants to feel understood, wants someone to recognize the weight they have been carrying. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself not to become overwhelmed by the entirety of his responsibilities at once. Instead, he focused on what was directly in front of him. This wisdom remains powerful today. One reason invisible responsibilities become overwhelming is that the mind tries to carry all of them simultaneously. Tomorrow's concerns, next month's concerns, future uncertainties, other people's needs, unfinished decisions. Everything becomes one giant mental pile. The result is predictable. The mind feels overloaded. Even small tasks begin feeling difficult. Decision-making becomes harder. Patience becomes thinner. Rest becomes more elusive. Not because the person lacks strength, because they have been carrying too much for too long. There is also a subtle fear hidden inside many invisible responsibilities. The fear that if you stop carrying them, everything will fall apart. Many people secretly believe they are the glue holding everything together. If they stop remembering, if they stop planning, if they stop worrying, if they stop managing, then something important will be forgotten. Something important will go wrong. This belief keeps them trapped in constant mental labor. The Stoics offered another perspective. They recognized that responsibility matters, but they also understood that no human being was meant to carry the entire world. Wisdom involves knowing which responsibilities genuinely belong to you and which ones have slowly attached themselves to your mind over time. Not every concern deserves permanent residence in your thoughts. Not every possibility requires continuous monitoring. Not every burden belongs on your shoulders. Tonight, consider the invisible responsibilities you have been carrying, the ones nobody sees, the ones nobody thanks you for, the ones that quietly occupy your mind even when you are trying to rest. Notice them without judgment. Notice how much energy they require. Notice how long you have been holding them, and then ask yourself a gentle question: which of these truly requires my attention right now? Not tomorrow, not next month, not someday, right now. You may discover that many of the weights you carry are not actually needed in this moment. They can wait, they can pause, they can be set down for a while. Because the mind was never meant to function as a storage room for every responsibility, every possibility, and every future concern. It was meant to live, to experience, to rest. And as some of those invisible burdens begin to loosen their grip, the mind starts reclaiming something it has been missing for a very long time. Space. Space to breathe. Space to recover. Space to simply exist without carrying the weight of an entire world inside a single human mind. As the invisible responsibilities begin to loosen their grip, another burden often reveals itself. One that may be even heavier because it does not come from other people. It comes from within. It comes from the voice that constantly pushes, constantly evaluates, constantly demands more. The voice that rarely allows you to simply be enough. Many people spend years carrying pressure that nobody else has placed upon them. No one is demanding perfection. No one is asking them to carry everything. No one expects them to have every answer. Yet, somewhere inside, they continue pushing themselves as though failure is always one step away. This kind of pressure is difficult to notice because it often disguises itself as ambition, responsibility, discipline, or high standards. On the surface, it may even appear admirable. The person works hard. They stay committed. They strive to improve. But beneath these positive qualities, something much heavier can be operating. A constant feeling that who they are right now is never quite enough. A belief that they must always do more, achieve more, fix more, become more. And over time, this endless pressure begins draining emotional energy in ways they may never fully understand. The Stoics believed that growth is valuable. They encouraged self-improvement and personal responsibility, but they also warned against becoming a slave to endless dissatisfaction. They understood that there is a difference between healthy growth and relentless self-criticism. Healthy growth says, I can improve. Self-pressure says, I am not acceptable until I improve. One creates motivation, the other creates exhaustion. Many people learned this pattern very early in life. Perhaps praise only came when they achieved something. Perhaps mistakes were treated harshly. Perhaps they learned that being successful earned love, approval, or safety. Without realizing it, they developed an internal contract. If I perform well, I am worthy. If I achieve enough, I can relax. If I become successful enough, I can finally feel at peace. The problem is that this contract never ends. Every achievement creates another target. Every success creates another expectation. Every milestone creates another mountain. The finish line keeps moving further away, and the person spends their life chasing a sense of worthiness that never fully arrives. This is one reason highly capable people are often deeply exhausted. From the outside, they appear successful. Inside, they feel like they are constantly falling behind. No accomplishment feels sufficient for very long. No victory feels complete. No amount of effort seems to silence the inner pressure. The mind immediately asks, what comes next? This creates a state of perpetual striving. A life spent climbing without ever stopping to enjoy the view. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that human beings are imperfect by nature. He understood that mistakes are part of existence itself. Yet many people hold themselves to standards they would never impose on anyone else. They forgive other people, but not themselves. They understand other people's struggles, but not their own. They offer compassion to everyone around them, yet speak to themselves with relentless criticism. Consider how much emotional energy this consumes. Imagine carrying a supervisor inside your mind 24 hours a day. One who constantly evaluates your performance. One who rarely expresses satisfaction. One who always notices what could have been done better. Eventually, even simple tasks begin feeling heavy, not because the tasks are difficult, because the mind never experiences relief from judgment. This internal pressure often follows people into rest. They sit down to relax but feel guilty. They take time for themselves but feel unproductive. They accomplish 10 things and focus only on the one thing they missed. Even during moments of success, they struggle to feel successful. Their attention remains fixed on what still needs improvement. The Stoics encouraged a radically different perspective. They taught that your value does not come from controlling outcomes. It comes from how you engage with the process. You are not measured by perfection. You are measured by your character, your effort, your integrity, your willingness to keep moving forward. This shift changes everything, because perfection is impossible. Character is attainable. Perfect outcomes depend on countless factors beyond your control. Honest effort belongs entirely to you. When people begin embracing this distinction, something remarkable happens. The pressure starts easing, not because they stop caring, but because they stop demanding impossible things from themselves. They begin recognizing that being human includes mistakes, includes uncertainty, includes limitations, includes days when energy is low, includes moments when things do not go according to plan. And none of these realities diminish their worth. Another hidden consequence of internal self-pressure is that it steals joy from the present. Every moment becomes a stepping stone towards some future version of yourself. You become so focused on becoming better that you forget to appreciate who you already are. Life turns into a constant self-improvement project. The future becomes more important than the present. The person you hope to become becomes more important than the person you are. And somewhere along the way, gratitude disappears. The Stoics understood that growth and acceptance can exist together. You can improve while appreciating yourself. You can strive without condemning yourself. You can pursue excellence without demanding perfection. These ideas are not opposites, they are partners. Tonight, consider how long you have been carrying the weight of unrealistic expectations. How many years you have spent demanding more from yourself. How often you have measured yourself against impossible standards. How much energy has been consumed by the belief that you must constantly prove your worth. Then consider another possibility. What if you have already carried enough pressure? What if you no longer need to earn the right to rest? What if your value was never dependent on flawless performance? The mind grows weary when it is constantly chasing approval from itself, but it begins to heal when it learns something simpler. That being imperfect does not make you inadequate. That making mistakes does not make you a failure. That having limitations does not make you weak. And that your worth has never depended on becoming a perfect version of yourself. As this understanding settles into the heart, a deep tension begins to release. The endless striving softens, the constant measuring quiets, the impossible standards begin to fade. And for perhaps the first time in a long while, you may start experiencing what it feels like to be enough exactly where you are, without needing to become someone else before allowing yourself peace. As the weight of unrealistic expectations begins to lift, another deeper pattern often emerges. For many people, the pressure to constantly achieve is connected to something even older, something that has quietly shaped the way they see themselves for years. It is the belief that their value comes from how much they can endure. At first, this belief can look like strength. It looks like resilience. It looks like determination. It looks like courage. And in many ways, it is. The ability to endure hardship is one of the most admirable qualities a person can possess. The problem begins when endurance stops being something you do and becomes who you are. When struggle becomes part of your identity. When suffering becomes the proof that you matter. When carrying heavy burdens becomes the only way you know how to measure your worth. Many people never realize this transformation has happened It develops slowly. One difficult season becomes two. One hardship becomes another. One challenge follows the next. And somewhere along the way, the mind starts building a story. I am the one who survives. I am the one who carries everything. I am the one who keeps going no matter what. At first, this story provides strength. It helps you move through pain. It helps you overcome obstacles. It helps you endure situations that might have broken someone else, but eventually a hidden danger appears. The mind becomes so attached to the identity of being strong that it no longer knows who it is without struggle. This is why some people feel strangely uncomfortable when life becomes easier. They have spent so many years fighting battles that peace feels unfamiliar. Without a problem to solve, they feel lost. Without pressure, they feel directionless. Without hardship, they feel disconnected from themselves. The Stoics deeply respected resilience, but they never believed suffering itself was the goal. They understood that hardship can teach wisdom, but they also knew that wisdom means knowing when to stop carrying unnecessary burdens. Unfortunately, many people learn a different lesson. They begin believing that rest means weakness, that ease means laziness, that if life becomes lighter, they are somehow becoming less valuable. As a result, they unconsciously recreate struggle, not because they enjoy pain, because pain has become familiar, and familiarity often feels safer than change. Think about how many people introduce themselves through their struggles. They talk about how hard they work, how much they sacrifice, how much they carry, how much they endure. Their suffering becomes part of their identity. Without realizing it, they begin drawing self-worth from exhaustion. The more they suffer, the more valuable they feel. The more they endure, the more important they believe they are. This creates a painful cycle, because if your value comes from struggle, then peace becomes threatening. If your worth comes from endurance, then rest feels undeserved. If your identity depends on carrying burdens, then setting them down feels like losing a piece of yourself. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the temporary nature of life's difficulties. He understood that challenges are experiences, not identities. They are things we move through, not things we become. This distinction matters more than most people realize. You may have survived hardship, but you are not hardship. You may have endured suffering, but you are not suffering. You may have carried heavy burdens, but you are not the burden. Many people spend years confusing these things. They become so focused on what they survived that they forget who they are beyond survival. Their personality becomes organized around resilience. Their self-image becomes built upon endurance. Their sense of purpose becomes connected to struggle. And because of this, healing can feel surprisingly difficult, not because healing is painful, but because healing requires letting go of an identity that has existed for a very long time. The mind quietly asks, if I am no longer struggling, who am I? If I am no longer carrying everything, what is my purpose? If I am no longer surviving, what comes next? These questions can feel uncomfortable, yet they point towards something important. Life was never meant to be an endless survival exercise. Survival is supposed to be a chapter, not the entire story. The Stoics understood that the goal of wisdom is not merely to endure life. It is to participate in life fully, to appreciate it, to engage with it, to experience its beauty as well as its challenges. Endurance is valuable, but endurance alone is not enough. A person can survive for years without truly living. They can become so focused on making it through that they forget how to enjoy being here. This is one of the quiet tragedies of a struggle-based identity. The person becomes incredibly skilled at carrying weight, but loses touch with joy. They know how to fight, but not how to relax. They know how to sacrifice, but not how to receive. They know how to survive, but not how to rest. Tonight, consider the possibility that your worth has never been measured by how much pain you can tolerate. Perhaps your value does not come from exhaustion. Perhaps your importance does not increase when life becomes harder. Perhaps you do not need to keep proving your strength through suffering. The strongest tree is not strong because it is constantly battling storms. It is strong because it remains rooted whether storms come or not. The same is true for you. Your value is not created by hardship. Your value exists before hardship arrives, and it remains after hardship leaves. As this truth begins settling into the mind, something starts to shift. The need to constantly prove your resilience begins to soften. The attachment to struggle begins to loosen. The belief that suffering is the source of worth starts fading into the background, and in its place, a new possibility emerges. The possibility that you do not need to spend the rest of your life surviving to justify your existence. The possibility that peace does not diminish your strength. The possibility that rest is not the reward for endurance. It is part of being human. And perhaps the next chapter of your life is not about proving how much you can carry. Perhaps it is about discovering who you are when the weight is finally set down. As the attachment to struggle begins to loosen, something else becomes easier to notice. Many people are not only carrying burdens, they are carrying tension. Not physical tension alone, but a deeper kind. A psychological tightness that follows them everywhere. A constant feeling of bracing against life itself. It is subtle at first. A clenched jaw. A racing mind. A sense of pressure that never fully disappears. A feeling that something difficult could happen at any moment. For some people, this tightness has existed for so long that they no longer notice it. It feels normal. It feels like part of their personality. They assume everyone experiences life this way. But the truth is that many people spend years mentally preparing for impacts that never come. They wake up braced. They work braced. They sleep braced. They move through life as though they are constantly waiting for something to go wrong. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes from resistance. Not resistance to actual events, but resistance to the possibility of events. The mind continuously tightens itself against futures that do not yet exist. It is like walking through life with your fists clenched. At first, you barely notice. After a few hours, it becomes uncomfortable. After a few years, it becomes exhausting. Yet because the tension developed gradually, you forget what relaxation even feels like. This psychological tightness often begins as a form of protection. Perhaps life taught you to stay alert. Perhaps disappointment arrived unexpectedly. Perhaps trust was broken. Perhaps stability disappeared without warning. The mind responded by creating a strategy. Stay ready. Stay guarded. Do not relax too much. Do not get comfortable. The intention was protection. But what begins as protection can eventually become imprisonment. The mind continues using the same strategy long after the original danger has passed. Years later, the person is still bracing, still guarding, still tightening, not because life is attacking them today, because the habit became automatic. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly returned to one powerful truth. Most things that happen in life are not happening to us, they are simply happening. Yet the mind often interprets ordinary events as personal threats. A delayed message becomes rejection. A mistake becomes failure. An uncertainty becomes danger. A criticism becomes proof of inadequacy. Each interpretation creates another layer of tension. Another reason psychological tightness becomes chronic is that many people believe tension keeps them safe. They think if they relax, they will become careless. If they stop worrying, they will become irresponsible. If they stop preparing for problems, they will be caught off guard. But tension and awareness are not the same thing. You can be aware without being tense. You can be responsible without being anxious. You can be prepared without living in fear. The Stoics understood this distinction beautifully. They did not advocate ignorance. They advocated acceptance. Acceptance means seeing reality clearly without adding unnecessary suffering to it. It means responding to life rather than constantly defending against it. Imagine standing in a field during a strong wind. A rigid tree resists every movement. It fights the wind. It strains against it. Over time, that resistance can cause it to break. A flexible tree bends. It moves with the wind. It adapts. And because it adapts, it survives. The Stoics encouraged this flexibility of mind, not weakness, not passivity, flexibility, the ability to meet reality without constantly resisting it. Many people are exhausted because they are fighting life at every turn. They fight uncertainty. They fight change. They fight aging. They fight mistakes. They fight imperfections. They fight emotions. They fight themselves. And every battle consumes energy. Even victories become exhausting because another battle always follows. Eventually, the mind becomes tired not from life itself, but from the endless effort of resisting life. This is why acceptance feels so relieving. Not because it changes circumstances, because it ends unnecessary conflict. A person who accepts uncertainty stops fighting the unknown. A person who accepts imperfection stops fighting every mistake. A person who accepts change stops fighting reality itself. The external world may remain exactly the same, yet internally, everything becomes lighter. One of the greatest gifts of Stoic wisdom is the realization that not every challenge requires tension. Not every difficulty requires mental armor. Not every uncertainty requires defensive preparation. Sometimes the strongest response is softness. Sometimes the wisest response is openness. Sometimes the healthiest response is allowing life to unfold without tightening against every possibility. Tonight, notice how much effort has gone into holding yourself together. Notice the constant tightening, the constant guarding, the constant preparation, the constant resistance. Notice how exhausting it has been. Then consider a different possibility. What if you do not need to brace yourself against every moment? What if life does not require constant defense? What if peace becomes available the moment you stop preparing for impact? The worn-out mind often believes it must stay tight to stay safe. But true safety does not come from endless tension. It comes from trust. Trust in your ability to adapt. Trust in your capacity to endure. Trust that whatever arrives, you can meet it without living in fear of it beforehand. As this understanding settles into the mind, something begins to loosen. The grip softens. The pressure eases. The constant bracing starts to dissolve, and little by little, the mind remembers a forgotten feeling. The feeling of moving through life without constantly defending against it. The feeling of breathing without resistance. The feeling of existing without fear. The feeling of finally allowing yourself to relax into the present moment instead of preparing for a future that may never come. And in that softening, true rest begins to appear. Not because life has become perfect, but because you are no longer fighting every part of it. As the habit of mentally bracing against life begins to soften, another source of exhaustion often becomes visible. It is quieter than worry, more subtle than fear, yet it drains enormous amounts of energy every single day. It is the habit of constantly watching yourself. Many people are not only living their lives, they are observing themselves living their lives, evaluating, judging, measuring. analyzing, questioning. Every decision becomes a review. Every conversation becomes a performance report. Every mistake becomes evidence. Every success gets inspected. Instead of simply experiencing life, they are continuously monitoring themselves inside it. This creates a level of mental fatigue that is difficult to describe because it happens almost entirely beneath awareness. The person may not realize they are doing it. They simply know that they feel tired, not physically tired, mentally tired, emotionally tired, spiritually tired, because there is never a moment when the inner evaluator stops talking. The Stoics understood that self-awareness is valuable. Without self-awareness, growth becomes impossible. But they also understood that there is a difference between awareness and obsession. Awareness observes, obsession judges. Awareness learns, obsession criticizes. Awareness creates wisdom, obsession creates exhaustion. Many people cross this line without noticing. What begins as healthy reflection slowly becomes constant surveillance. They monitor how they sound, how they appear, how they perform, how others perceive them, how successful they are, how productive they are, how far they have come, how far they still have to go. The mind becomes a courtroom that never closes. The trial never ends. The verdict is never final. There is always another evaluation waiting to happen. This habit often develops from good intentions. A person wants to improve. They want to avoid mistakes. They want to become better. So they begin paying close attention to themselves. But over time, attention becomes hypervigilance. They stop living naturally. Everything becomes self-conscious. Instead of speaking freely, they analyze every word. Instead of enjoying a moment, they evaluate their experience of it. Instead of connecting with others, they monitor how they are being perceived. Part of them is always standing outside themselves, watching. And that constant observation consumes enormous energy. Imagine trying to dance while constantly watching yourself in a mirror. Every movement would feel awkward. Every step would become calculated. The joy would disappear. The same thing happens psychologically. Life becomes heavy when every experience is filtered through self-evaluation. Marcus Aurelius spent much of his life examining himself, yet there is something remarkable about his reflections. He did not obsess over perfection. He used self-reflection to return to simplicity, to return to wisdom, to return to reality. Many modern minds do the opposite. They use self-reflection to create endless complexity. Every flaw becomes a project. Every weakness becomes a problem. Every emotion becomes something that needs analysis. Soon the person is spending more time evaluating life than actually living it. This creates a strange contradiction. The more they focus on themselves, the less connected they feel to themselves. Because genuine connection comes through presence, not through constant inspection. Another hidden danger of self-monitoring is that it keeps attention trapped inside the self. The beauty of life begins disappearing. Simple moments lose their richness. A sunset becomes background noise. A conversation becomes an evaluation. A walk becomes an opportunity for analysis. The mind remains so focused on itself that it misses the world around it. The Stoics repeatedly encouraged people to look outward, to observe nature, to engage with reality, to participate in life. Not because self-awareness was unimportant, but because excessive self-focus often creates unnecessary suffering. Many people believe they are solving themselves. In reality, they are exhausting themselves. The truth is that human beings were never meant to carry a running commentary about themselves every moment of every day. You do not need to evaluate every thought. You do not need to analyze every emotion. You do not need to measure every action. Some experiences are meant to be lived rather than examined. Some moments are meant to be felt rather than judged. Some parts of life become beautiful only when analysis finally stops. There is another reason self-monitoring becomes so draining. It creates the illusion that your value is always under review, as though you must constantly prove yourself, as though your worth depends on passing an invisible test. The mind becomes both the examiner and the student, the judge and the accused, the critic and the target. This creates relentless internal pressure, because there is never a moment when the evaluation is complete. No achievement feels sufficient. No progress feels enough. No amount of growth fully satisfies the inner observer. There is always another improvement to make, another flaw to fix, another standard to reach. The Stoics offered a different path. They encouraged honest reflection, but they also encouraged acceptance. They believed wisdom comes not from becoming perfect, but from living in alignment with reality. And reality includes imperfection. Reality includes mistakes. Reality includes uncertainty. Reality includes being human. Tonight, consider how much energy has been spent watching yourself. How many hours have been devoted to analyzing, evaluating, measuring, and judging? How often you have treated yourself as a problem to solve rather than a person to understand? Then gently consider another possibility. What if you stopped monitoring yourself for a moment? What if you allowed yourself to simply exist? Not as a project, not as a performance, not as a collection of strengths and weaknesses, just as a human being, breathing, living, experiencing, learning, growing. What if there is nothing you need to prove tonight? What if there is no test to pass? What if your worth is not waiting at the end of some future achievement? As these questions settle into the mind, something begins to relax. The inner observer becomes quieter. The constant measuring slows. The endless evaluation starts to fade, and in the silence left behind, a forgotten form of peace begins to emerge. A peace that does not come from becoming better. A peace that comes from finally stopping the endless habit of examining yourself. A peace that appears when you step out of the courtroom of your own mind and return to the simple experience of being alive. And perhaps for the first time in a very long while, you can stop watching yourself live and simply begin living. As the habit of constant self-monitoring begins to fade, a deeper realization often starts to emerge. Many people discover that they have spent so much time managing life that they have forgotten how to actually experience it. They have become experts at coping, experts at enduring, experts at surviving. But somewhere along the journey, they stopped truly living. This is one of the most overlooked consequences of a worn-out mind. You become so focused on making it through that you rarely stop to ask whether you are actually here, whether you are truly feeling life, whether you are fully experiencing the moments passing in front of you, or whether you are simply surviving them. Emotional survival and emotional living may look similar from the outside. A person gets up, goes to work, takes care of responsibilities, maintains relationships, completes tasks, handles challenges. From a distance, everything appears normal, but internally there is a profound difference. Emotional survival is about getting through. Emotional living is about being present. Emotional survival asks, how do I make it to tomorrow? Emotional living asks, how do I experience today? One is focused on endurance. The other is focused on engagement. Many people enter survival mode during difficult periods of life. This is completely natural. When challenges become overwhelming, the mind becomes protective. It narrows its focus. It conserves energy. It prioritizes safety. This response is incredibly useful during hardship. The problem arises when survival mode becomes permanent, when the crisis ends, but the mindset remains, when life moves forward, but the mind stays stuck in endurance. The person keeps functioning, keeps working, keeps moving, yet emotionally they remain distant from their own life. They stop noticing small joys. They stop feeling excitement. They stop feeling curiosity, not because those things disappeared, because survival mode pushed them into the background. The mind became too busy protecting itself. The Stoics understood that there is a difference between existing and truly participating in life. They recognized that many people spend their years reacting to circumstances without ever fully engaging with the experience of being alive. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to return to the present moment because he understood that life can only be experienced here, not in yesterday, not in tomorrow, not in endless preparation, only here. Yet, survival mode constantly pulls attention away from the present. The mind becomes occupied with preventing pain, avoiding mistakes, managing uncertainty, preparing for problems. The future becomes more important than the current moment. And little by little, life begins passing by unnoticed. This is why many people reach a quiet moment and suddenly realize they cannot remember the last time they felt deeply connected to their own life. Years may have passed. Responsibilities were handled. Goals were achieved. Challenges were overcome. Yet something feels missing. What is missing is not success. It is presence. The ability to fully inhabit your own experience. Emotional survival often creates numbness as well. Not because the person chooses numbness, because feeling everything becomes too exhausting. The mind begins turning down the volume on emotions. Pain becomes muted, but so does joy. Disappointment becomes softer, but so does excitement. Fear becomes less intense, but so does wonder. The person stops feeling extreme lows, yet they also stop feeling many of life's highest moments. They exist in a narrow emotional range, designed for protection rather than connection. This is one reason people sometimes describe themselves as feeling disconnected, even when life appears stable. They are no longer suffering intensely, but they are not fully alive either. The Stoics never encouraged emotional numbness. This is one of the most misunderstood ideas about Stoicism. They did not teach people to stop feeling. They taught people to stop being controlled by their feelings. There is a tremendous difference. A Stoic does not avoid joy. A Stoic appreciates joy without becoming dependent on it. A Stoic does not avoid love. A Stoic embraces love while accepting its uncertainties. A Stoic does not avoid grief. A Stoic allows grief while understanding it is part of being human. True Stoicism is not emotional shutdown. It is emotional freedom. And emotional freedom allows genuine living. Living means allowing yourself to experience life without constantly filtering every moment through fear, protection, or self-defense. It means noticing beauty without immediately worrying about losing it. It means enjoying peace without preparing for its end. It means allowing moments of happiness without questioning whether you deserve them. It means being present enough to notice the simple miracles that survival mode often overlooks. The warmth of sunlight, the comfort of a quiet room, the sound of laughter, the feeling of breathing deeply, the experience of being alive right now. These moments seem small, yet they form the substance of a meaningful life. Survival mode often convinces people that real life will begin later, after the next challenge, after the next achievement, after the next problem is solved. But life is not waiting somewhere in the future. Life is happening now, this moment, this breath, this experience. The transition from survival to living is rarely dramatic. It does not happen overnight. It happens gradually, one moment of presence at a time, one moment of appreciation at a time. one moment of allowing yourself to fully arrive in your own life. Tonight, consider how long you have been surviving, how many years have been spent enduring, protecting, managing, coping, and then gently ask yourself a different question. What would it feel like to stop merely getting through life and start experiencing it again? Not perfectly, not all at once, just a little more each day, a little more presence, a little more openness, a little more connection, because the deepest healing often begins when the mind realizes that its job is no longer simply to survive, its job is to live. And as that realization settles into the heart, something beautiful begins to awaken. Not a new version of yourself. The original version, the one beneath the armor, the one beneath the exhaustion, the one that was never meant to spend an entire lifetime simply making it through, the one that came here to experience life fully. And perhaps tonight, after so many years of surviving, that journey quietly begins again. As the mind begins moving from emotional survival toward emotional living, another habit often appears along the way. It is a habit that many people mistake for responsibility, wisdom, or preparation. Yet beneath the surface, it quietly steals peace from the present moment. It is the belief that you must always have a plan. For many people, uncertainty feels far more frightening than difficulty itself. A challenge can be faced, a problem can be solved, a situation can be managed, but uncertainty feels different. Uncertainty offers no guarantees, no roadmap, no clear outcome. And because of this, the mind often rushes to create plans for everything. Plans for next week, plans for next year, plans for conversations that have not happened, plans for situations that may never occur. Plans become a way of creating the illusion of certainty. At first, planning is useful. The Stoics themselves valued preparation. They believed in thinking ahead, considering possibilities, and acting with wisdom. But they also understood that there is a line where preparation becomes obsession. Many people cross that line without noticing. The plan stops being a tool. It becomes a source of emotional security. The person begins believing that if they can just figure everything out in advance, they will finally feel safe. But life has a way of humbling this belief. Plans change. People change. Circumstances change. Unexpected opportunities appear. Unexpected losses arrive. The future refuses to follow the script we write for it. And when someone depends on certainty for peace, every unexpected turn feels threatening. This creates a mind that is constantly searching for answers, constantly trying to predict outcomes, constantly attempting to eliminate uncertainty. Yet uncertainty remains. No matter how many plans are created, no matter how many scenarios are rehearsed, no matter how many possibilities are considered, the unknown remains part of life. The Stoics understood something that many modern minds struggle to accept. The goal is not to remove uncertainty from life. The goal is to become comfortable living alongside it. This is where true freedom begins. Because much of anxiety comes from the belief that uncertainty is dangerous. The mind sees an unanswered question and immediately assumes something is wrong. It sees an unclear future and interprets it as a threat. It encounters ambiguity and responds with fear. Yet uncertainty itself is not the problem. The problem is the meaning we attach to it. Think about some of the most beautiful moments in life. New friendships begin with uncertainty. Love begins with uncertainty. Growth begins with uncertainty. New opportunities arrive through uncertainty. Every meaningful chapter of life enters through a doorway labeled, "I don't know what happens next." If uncertainty were truly the enemy, life would never move forward. Yet many people spend enormous energy trying to eliminate it. They want guarantees before they act, certainty before they trust, proof before they hope, answers before they begin. As a result, they remain trapped in endless preparation. The mind keeps planning because it believes the next plan will finally create peace. But peace never arrives, because peace built upon certainty is fragile. The moment uncertainty returns, anxiety returns with it. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the future belongs to forces beyond his control. Rather than attempting to predict everything, he focused on preparing his character. He understood that no one can control tomorrow, but everyone can strengthen their ability to meet tomorrow. This distinction changes everything. One approach asks, how can I make the future predictable? The other asks, how can I become resilient enough to face whatever future arrives? The first creates dependence on certainty. The second creates trust, and trust is far more powerful, because trust allows you to move forward even when answers are incomplete. Many people underestimate how exhausting constant planning can become. Every decision turns into a mental maze. Every possibility must be analyzed. Every outcome must be considered. The mind becomes trapped in endless calculations. Meanwhile, life continues passing by. The present moment becomes nothing more than a waiting room for the future. This is one reason chronic planners often struggle to relax. The mind never receives permission to stop. There is always another scenario to consider, another possibility to prepare for, another uncertainty demanding attention. The result is a life spent trying to arrive at certainty rather than experiencing the reality already in front of you. The Stoic cure is surprisingly simple, not easy, but simple. Accept that uncertainty is part of being alive, not a flaw in life, not a mistake, not a problem that needs fixing, a natural part of existence. The sun rises without guarantees. The seasons change without guarantees. Relationships unfold without guarantees. Human life itself is built upon uncertainty. And yet life continues, beautifully, mysteriously, unexpectedly. Tonight, consider how much energy has been spent trying to predict what comes next. How many hours have been devoted to solving futures that never arrived? How often the mind has postponed peace until certainty appeared? And then consider another possibility. What if you do not need every answer tonight? What if you do not need a complete roadmap before you can rest? What if the next step is enough? What if this moment is enough? The mind grows weary when it tries to carry the entire future at once, but it begins to heal when it learns to carry only what belongs to today. As this understanding settles deeper into your awareness, the need to constantly know begins to soften. The endless search for guarantees starts to loosen its grip. The pressure to figure everything out slowly fades into the background, and in its place, something quieter begins to emerge. A trust that does not come from certainty, a confidence that does not come from prediction, a peace that does not depend on having a perfect plan. The peace of knowing that life has always contained unknowns, and somehow, through every uncertainty you have already faced, you found your way forward. Perhaps you do not need to know exactly what comes next. Perhaps you only need to trust that when it arrives, you will meet it, and for tonight, that is enough. As trust in uncertainty begins to grow, many people expect life to become lighter, and sometimes it does. But another hidden obstacle often appears at this stage, one that is so socially accepted that it rarely gets questioned. In fact, many people are praised for it, rewarded for it, admired because of it. It is the habit of staying busy all the time. At first glance, busyness looks productive. It looks ambitious. It looks responsible. A busy person appears engaged with life, They always have something to do, somewhere to go, another task to complete, another goal to chase. But beneath the endless activity, there is sometimes a deeper story unfolding. Not all productivity comes from purpose. Sometimes productivity comes from avoidance. Sometimes the reason a person cannot stop moving is not because they are building something meaningful. It is because slowing down would force them to feel something they have been avoiding. This is one of the most overlooked forms of emotional exhaustion. The person fills every hour with activity, every silence with distraction, every pause with another task. And because society rewards productivity, nobody notices that something deeper may be happening, not even the person themselves. The Stoics understood that activity can become a form of escape just as easily as pleasure, entertainment, or distraction. Anything can become avoidance if it is used to run from reality instead of engage with it. For some people, work becomes avoidance. For others, constant self-improvement becomes avoidance. For others, helping everyone else becomes avoidance. The specific activity does not matter. What matters is the reason behind it. A person may tell themselves they are simply staying productive, but if they become uncomfortable whenever they stop, something important is worth examining. Why does stillness feel threatening? Why does an empty afternoon create anxiety? Why does rest feel so difficult? Often the answer has very little to do with laziness. It has everything to do with emotions, because when activity stops, awareness begins. And awareness often reveals what busyness has been hiding. Old grief, loneliness, fear, disappointment, regret, uncertainty, questions without answers, feelings without solutions. The mind senses these things waiting beneath the surface and immediately looks for another task, another project, another goal, another distraction. Anything to keep moving, anything to avoid being alone with what is inside. This creates a cycle that can continue for years. The person becomes incredibly productive. They accomplish impressive things. They stay constantly occupied. Yet despite all their activity, they never feel fully at peace, because activity can suppress discomfort, but it cannot heal it. Marcus Aurelius spent time alone with his thoughts every day. He understood that wisdom requires periods of reflection, not endless reflection, not obsessive analysis, but honest contact with your inner world. Many people fear this contact. Not consciously, but unconsciously. They fear what they might discover if they finally stop. So they remain in motion. The problem is that avoidance always demands payment. The emotions that are avoided do not disappear. They simply wait, sometimes for months, sometimes for years, sometimes for decades, waiting for a moment when the distractions finally become quiet. And the longer emotions remain unaddressed, the heavier they often become. This is why some people experience emotional overwhelm during vacations, retirement, or periods of unexpected free time. The activity slows down, the distractions disappear, and suddenly years of unprocessed emotions begin rising to the surface. The person assumes something is wrong. In reality, something hidden is finally becoming visible. The Stoics believed that courage is not only facing external challenges, it is also facing internal realities. It takes courage to sit quietly with sadness. It takes courage to acknowledge fear. It takes courage to admit disappointment. It takes courage to stop running. Because running is often easier. Staying busy is often easier. Another task is often easier. But healing rarely happens while running. Healing happens when we become willing to turn toward what we have spent years avoiding. There is another hidden cost when productivity becomes avoidance. Life becomes transactional. Every moment must produce something. Every activity must lead somewhere. Every hour must be optimized. The person loses touch with simple existence. They struggle to enjoy experiences that have no measurable outcome. A walk becomes exercise. A conversation becomes networking. A hobby becomes self-improvement. Even rest becomes another item on a productivity checklist. Nothing is allowed to simply be, and because of this, life gradually loses some of its richness. The Stoics understood that a meaningful life is not measured only by output. It is measured by awareness, character, presence, wisdom, connection. These qualities cannot always be quantified, yet they are often the qualities that matter most. Tonight, consider how often busyness has protected you from stillness. How often another task arrived precisely when uncomfortable feelings appeared. How often productivity became a refuge from emotions you did not want to face. There is no judgment in this, only understanding. The mind was trying to protect you. It believed movement was safer than stillness. It believed activity was easier than awareness. And sometimes, for a season, that may have been true. But perhaps that season is ending. Perhaps you no longer need to fill every space. Perhaps you no longer need to outrun every feeling. Perhaps there is wisdom waiting in the quiet. Not because the quiet is always comfortable, but because the quiet is honest. As this realization settles into the mind, something begins to change. The need to constantly stay occupied softens. The pressure to always be productive starts to loosen. The endless motion begins slowing down. And in that slower pace, something long forgotten becomes possible. The possibility of meeting yourself without distraction, without performance, without another task waiting to rescue you. Just you, present, aware, alive. And perhaps that is where true rest begins. Not when there is nothing left to do, but when there is finally no need to keep running from what is already within you. As the endless need for productivity begins to loosen, many people encounter a surprising emotion. It is not relief, it is not peace, it is fear. The moment life slows down, something inside becomes uneasy. The calendar finally opens up. The responsibilities become lighter. The noise begins to fade. Yet instead of feeling calm, the mind starts looking for a way to speed everything back up again. This is one of the strangest paradoxes of modern life. People say they want more rest, more free time, more peace. Yet when those things finally arrive, many feel uncomfortable. Not because peace is unpleasant, because stillness has a way of revealing what busyness conceals. For years, movement may have served as a shield. Work became a distraction. Responsibilities became a refuge. Goals became a form of escape. As long as there was something to do, there was no need to fully face what was happening inside. But stillness changes the conversation. When life becomes quiet, the mind can no longer hide behind activity. Thoughts become easier to hear. Emotions become easier to feel. Questions that have been ignored begin asking for attention. This is why slowing down often feels harder than speeding up. The Stoics understood that silence has a unique power. It removes distractions, it strips away illusions, it reveals the true condition of the inner world. A person can spend years appearing successful, productive, and accomplished. Yet when they finally sit alone in silence, they may discover an entirely different reality beneath the surface. This discovery is not a punishment. It is an invitation. But many people initially experience it as discomfort, because stillness shines light into places that have remained hidden. Old grief may surface. Unresolved disappointment may appear. Loneliness may become visible. Questions about purpose may emerge. Regrets may ask to be acknowledged. The mind senses these possibilities and often decides that staying busy is easier. So it creates movement. More projects, more commitments, more goals, more distractions, anything to avoid stopping completely. The fear is rarely about stillness itself. The fear is about what stillness might reveal. Imagine carrying a box through your entire life without ever opening it. At first, it feels manageable. You get used to the weight. Eventually, you barely notice you are carrying it. Then one day someone suggests setting it down and looking inside. Suddenly, fear appears. Not because of the box, because of what might be inside. This is how many people relate to their inner world. They keep carrying emotional burdens without examining them. They keep moving forward without pausing long enough to understand themselves. And over time, movement becomes more comfortable than awareness. Marcus Aurelius frequently withdrew into moments of reflection. He understood that wisdom grows in silence. Not because silence magically solves problems, but because silence allows reality to become visible. Many of the answers people seek are buried beneath layers of noise. Constant stimulation, constant activity, constant distraction. The mind remains so occupied that it never hears its own deeper wisdom. But when life slows down, that wisdom begins speaking again. At first, its voice may feel unfamiliar. You may notice emotions you have not felt in years. You may become aware of needs you have ignored. You may realize that some goals no longer matter. You may discover that certain burdens were never yours to carry. This is why slowing down can feel disorienting. It changes your relationship with yourself. There is another reason many people fear stillness. Stillness removes the illusion of progress through motion alone. When you are constantly busy, it is easy to feel like you are moving forward simply because you are moving. But movement and growth are not the same thing. A person can spend years running in circles, years chasing distractions, years avoiding themselves. Stillness creates an opportunity to ask difficult questions. Am I living the life I truly want? What am I actually pursuing? What am I afraid of? What am I avoiding? These questions can feel uncomfortable because they require honesty. Yet they are also the questions that create transformation. The Stoics believed that courage is not only found on battlefields or during crises. Courage is also found in quiet rooms, in moments when you are willing to sit with yourself without distraction, in moments when you stop running long enough to see what has been following you all along. Many people assume that slowing down means losing momentum. In reality, slowing down often creates clarity, and clarity creates better movement. A person rushing through fog may move quickly, but remain lost. A person who pauses long enough to see clearly may move slower at first, but eventually finds the right direction. This is the hidden gift of stillness. It allows you to see, to understand, to reconnect, to remember what matters. Tonight, consider how often you have filled your life with movement. How often activity became a way of avoiding silence. How often busyness protected you from deeper questions. Then gently consider another possibility. What if there is nothing inside you that needs to be feared? What if the emotions waiting beneath the surface are not enemies? What if the sadness, uncertainty, loneliness, or confusion you have been avoiding are simply parts of yourself asking to be acknowledged? Because healing rarely begins when we run faster. Healing begins when we stop running. As this truth settles into the mind, the fear of slowing down begins to soften. Stillness no longer feels like a threat. Silence no longer feels like an empty space that must be filled. Instead, it becomes a place of discovery, a place where hidden burdens can finally be released, a place where old wounds can finally be seen, a place where the exhausted mind can stop performing, stop chasing, stop escaping, and simply rest. And perhaps that is why so many people fear slowing down, because deep down, they know it may reveal the truth. But perhaps that is also why slowing down is one of the most courageous things a human being can do, because beyond the discomfort, beyond the silence, beyond the fears we spend so much time avoiding, there is something waiting, not judgment, not failure, not weakness, but freedom. As the fear of slowing down begins to fade, something remarkable becomes possible. For the first time in a long while, the mind is no longer running. It is no longer hiding behind constant activity. It is no longer searching for another distraction. And in that quiet space, a deeper habit finally becomes visible. A habit so old and so automatic that most people never realize they are doing it. They are resisting reality, not always in obvious ways, not through anger, not through rebellion, but through an invisible tightening that happens inside whenever life refuses to match their expectations. The Stoics understood this better than almost anyone. They recognized that much of human suffering comes not from reality itself, but from the constant tension created by fighting reality. Life unfolds one way, the mind demands another. Reality says, "This is what is happening." The mind says, "This should not be happening." And in that conflict, suffering is born. Most people spend years mentally clenching against life without ever noticing it. They clench against delays, against mistakes, against aging, against uncertainty, against change, against loss, against difficult emotions, against things they cannot control. The body may appear relaxed on the outside, but internally there is a constant struggle taking place, a constant pushing against what already is. Imagine squeezing your fist as tightly as possible. At first, it feels manageable. You can hold the tension, but after a few minutes, discomfort appears. After an hour, pain arrives. After years, exhaustion becomes inevitable. Now imagine doing the same thing mentally, holding tension against reality itself, day after day, year after year. This is how many people live. They are not tired because life is always difficult. They are tired because they never stop resisting the difficulty. The Stoics practiced something that could be called mental unclenching. The deliberate act of relaxing the mind's grip on things it cannot change. Not because they approved of everything, not because they enjoyed hardship, but because they understood a simple truth. Reality does not become easier simply because you argue with it. The rain does not stop because you dislike it. The past does not change because you replay it. The future does not become certain because you worry about it. Yet countless people spend enormous amounts of emotional energy doing exactly these things. They relive old conversations. They fight events that have already happened. They resent circumstances they cannot change. They demand certainty from an uncertain world. And all the while, the tension grows. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself to accept each moment as it arrived. This did not mean becoming passive. It meant seeing reality clearly before deciding how to respond. This is one of the most powerful shifts a person can make. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" the mind begins asking, "Now that this is here, how will I meet it?" Instead of fighting reality, it starts working with reality. The energy once wasted on resistance becomes available for wisdom. This is what mental unclenching feels like. It is the moment you stop demanding that life be different before allowing yourself peace. Many people unknowingly place conditions on their peace. I will relax when everything is solved. I will be happy when life becomes easier. I will feel calm when uncertainty disappears. But life rarely cooperates with these conditions. There is always another challenge, another unknown, another change. If peace depends on perfect circumstances, peace remains permanently delayed. the Stoics understood that peace must exist independently of circumstances. Otherwise, it can never be trusted. One of the reasons mental unclenching feels difficult at first is because resistance often feels productive. The mind believes it is accomplishing something by fighting reality. It believes that worry is helping, that resentment is protecting, that frustration is solving. But if these strategies truly worked, they would create peace. Instead, they usually create exhaustion. Think about how much energy is spent wishing the past had been different, wishing people had behaved differently, wishing life had unfolded according to plan. All of that energy is invested in realities that cannot be changed. Mental unclenching begins when you stop making that investment. Not because the situation was fair, not because the loss was easy, not because the disappointment was acceptable, but because continuing to fight it only extends the suffering. There is a profound difference between pain and resistance. Pain is unavoidable. Resistance is optional. Pain says, "This hurts." Resistance says, "This should not be happening." Pain passes through. Resistance keeps the pain alive. The Stoics were not trying to eliminate pain from life. They were trying to eliminate unnecessary suffering. The suffering created when the mind refuses to release its grip. Tonight, notice where you are still clenching. Notice the situations you continue fighting, the memories you continue arguing with, the uncertainties you continue demanding answers from, the realities you continue refusing to accept. There is no need to force anything, no need to make dramatic changes. Simply notice, because awareness is often the first step toward release. Then gently ask yourself a simple question. What would happen if I stopped fighting this for one moment? Not forever, not for the rest of my life, just for this moment. What would happen if I allowed reality to be what it is? You may discover something surprising. The world does not collapse. The problem does not become bigger. The situation does not become worse. Instead, a little space appears, a little softness, a little relief. And in that relief, the mind begins remembering something it has forgotten. It does not need to hold everything so tightly. It does not need to wrestle with every uncertainty. It does not need to resist every uncomfortable truth. Life becomes lighter not because reality changes, but because the struggle against reality finally begins to end. And as that inner grip slowly loosens, the worn-out mind experiences something it has been longing for all along. Not control, not certainty, not perfection, but peace. As the mind begins learning how to release its grip on reality, another insight slowly emerges. Many people spend years believing that life itself is what makes them feel heavy. They point to their responsibilities, their circumstances, their challenges, their obligations, and sometimes those things certainly contribute to stress. But there are moments when life is relatively calm, yet the mind still feels burdened. The body is safe, the day is ordinary, nothing catastrophic is happening, yet inside, everything feels heavy. This can be confusing. You look around and cannot find a clear reason for the exhaustion. The problems are manageable, the responsibilities are familiar. The situation is not overwhelming, yet your thoughts feel like they are carrying stones. The Stoics understood something that many people overlook. Events themselves are only part of the experience. The other part comes from interpretation, from the story the mind tells about those events. Two people can experience the same situation and feel completely different levels of emotional weight. One sees a setback and thinks, "This is difficult, but I will find a way through." The other sees the same setback and thinks, "This proves nothing ever works out for me." The event is identical, the interpretation is different, and that interpretation changes everything. Many people assume they are reacting to reality. In truth, they are often reacting to their interpretation of reality. This is not a criticism. It is simply how the human mind works. The mind is a meaning-making machine. It constantly creates stories. It explains events. It predicts outcomes. It assigns significance. The problem arises when these interpretations become so automatic that they are mistaken for reality itself. A delayed response becomes rejection. A mistake becomes proof of failure. A challenge becomes evidence that life is unfair. An uncertainty becomes a prediction of disaster. Little by little, the mind adds emotional weight to situations that may not naturally contain that weight. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that external events are neutral until the mind assigns meaning to them. This was one of the most powerful Stoic insights. It did not mean that difficult things are easy. It meant that much of our suffering comes not from what happens, but from what we tell ourselves about what happens. Think about how many times your mind has created pain from possibilities rather than realities. A conversation has not happened yet, but you already feel anxious. A problem has not appeared yet, but you already feel stressed. A disappointment has not occurred yet, but you already feel discouraged. The body begins carrying the emotional weight of situations that exist only in thought. This is one reason overthinking feels so exhausting. The mind is constantly generating interpretations. What does this mean? What if this happens? What if I am wrong? What if things get worse? Each question creates another layer of mental weight. Eventually, even a relatively simple life can feel overwhelming because the mind has transformed ordinary experiences into complex emotional burdens. The Stoics encouraged people to pause and examine their interpretations. Not every thought deserves belief. Not every conclusion deserves acceptance. Not every fear deserves obedience. A thought is not a fact simply because it appears in your mind. This realization can feel incredibly freeing, because it means you are not trapped by every story your mind creates. You can observe a thought without immediately believing it. You can notice an interpretation without treating it as reality. You can create space between what happened and what your mind says happened. This space is where wisdom begins. Another reason thoughts become heavy is because the mind often combines multiple burdens into a single emotional experience. A small worry joins an old fear. An old fear joins a past disappointment. A past disappointment joins an uncertainty about the future. Soon, the person feels overwhelmed without understanding why. The current situation may only account for a small percentage of the emotional weight. The rest comes from layers of interpretation accumulated over time. The mind is not carrying one moment. It is carrying 10 years of meaning attached to that moment. This is why some reactions feel much larger than the situation itself. The event touched something older, something deeper, something the mind has been carrying for a very long time. The Stoics understood that emotional freedom requires learning to separate reality from interpretation. Reality is often simpler than the stories surrounding it. Reality says, "A mistake happened." Interpretation says, "I am a failure." Reality says, "The future is uncertain." Interpretation says, "Everything is going to fall apart." Reality says, "Someone disagreed with me." Interpretation says, "I am not respected." The emotional weight comes from the second part, from the story, from the meaning, from the interpretation. Tonight, consider how much of your exhaustion may come not from life itself, but from the way life has been interpreted. Consider how many stories have been carried for years. Stories about yourself. Stories about your future. Stories about your worth. stories about what must happen before you can feel peaceful. Then gently ask yourself a question. What if some of those stories are heavier than reality itself? What if some of the weight you feel is not coming from life, but from the meanings attached to life? This does not mean your struggles are imaginary. It means there may be more freedom available than you realize. Because if interpretation creates weight, interpretation can also release weight. The mind does not need to turn every challenge into a catastrophe, every uncertainty into a threat, every mistake into a verdict. It can learn a different way, a lighter way, a calmer way, a wiser way. As this understanding begins settling into your awareness, the heaviness starts to shift. The stories lose some of their power. The interpretations loosen their grip. The mind becomes less attached to every conclusion it creates. And for the first time in a long while, you may discover that life itself is not as heavy as it seemed. Perhaps what has been exhausting you is not reality. Perhaps it is the burden of carrying every thought as though it were the truth. And as that burden begins to fade, the mind becomes lighter. Not because life has changed, but because your relationship with your thoughts has. As the mind begins to understand the weight created by its own interpretations, another exhausting habit often becomes impossible to ignore. It is the habit of living in tomorrow while your body remains trapped in today, a habit so common that many people mistake it for responsibility. They call it planning, they call it preparation, they call it being realistic. Yet beneath the surface, it is often something very different. It is the endless anticipation of problems. For some people, the day has not even started before the mind is already preparing for what might go wrong. They wake up thinking about future conversations, future responsibilities, future challenges, future disappointments, future mistakes. The present moment barely gets a chance to exist before the mind leaves it behind. This habit develops quietly, often after periods of hardship. Perhaps life surprised you once. Perhaps a problem appeared when you least expected it. Perhaps a painful experience taught you that bad things can happen without warning. The mind responds by creating a strategy. Never be caught off guard again. From that moment forward, it begins scanning the future, looking for threats, searching for problems, trying to predict difficulties before they arrive. At first, this feels useful. The person believes they are protecting themselves. They believe anticipation creates safety. But over time, something begins to happen. The preparation never ends, because there is always another possibility, another scenario, another future that needs analyzing. The Stoics understood that there is a difference between wise preparation and anxious anticipation. Wise preparation happens when action is possible. Anxious anticipation continues long after useful action has ended. One creates readiness, the other creates exhaustion. Many people spend years living as though every future event requires immediate emotional investment. A meeting next week creates stress today. A possibility next month creates worry today. An uncertainty next year creates anxiety today. The mind keeps borrowing trouble from the future and bringing it into the present. Then it wonders why it feels so tired. Imagine carrying a backpack. Today already places a few things inside. Responsibilities, decisions, challenges. That is normal, but now imagine adding tomorrow's backpack as well. Then next week's. Then next month's. Eventually, the weight becomes unbearable, not because today is impossible, because you are carrying multiple futures at the same time. This is exactly what many minds do. They are exhausted not only by present realities, but by imagined future realities. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to limit his attention to the task directly in front of him. He understood something profound. Human beings can only live one moment at a time. The future may deserve consideration, but it does not deserve permanent occupation of the mind. Yet future-focused thinking often becomes automatic. The moment one problem is solved, the mind immediately begins searching for the next one. A brief moment of relief appears. Then anticipation returns. What if something else happens? What if things get worse? What if I missed something important? The nervous system remains activated, not because danger exists, but because danger might exist someday. This constant anticipation creates a unique form of fatigue. The body stays alert. The mind stays vigilant. The emotions remain on standby. The person rarely experiences full relaxation because part of them is always looking ahead, always preparing, always monitoring, always anticipating. One of the hidden tragedies of this habit is that it steals life from the present moment. A beautiful day arrives. The mind is thinking about next week. A meaningful conversation unfolds. The mind is preparing for tomorrow. A peaceful evening appears. The mind is rehearsing future scenarios. Life keeps offering moments worth experiencing, but attention keeps living somewhere else. The Stoics believed that the present moment is the only place where life can actually be lived. Not because the future is unimportant, because the future is inaccessible. You cannot breathe tomorrow's air. You cannot solve tomorrow's problems today. You cannot live tomorrow's experiences right now. You only have this moment, yet anticipation convinces the mind otherwise. It whispers that peace can wait, that rest can wait, that enjoyment can wait, that life can wait, until everything is figured out. But everything is never figured out. There is always another uncertainty, another possibility, another unknown. If peace depends on the absence of uncertainty, peace remains forever postponed. The Stoics chose a different path. Instead of demanding certainty, they developed trust. Not trust that nothing difficult would happen, trust that they could handle what happened. This distinction changes everything. The anxious mind says, I must predict every challenge. The wise mind says, I will meet challenges when they arrive. The anxious mind tries to live in the future. The wise mind returns to the present. The anxious mind spends energy preparing for possibilities. The wise mind preserves energy for realities. Tonight, consider how much energy has been spent anticipating problems. How many hours have been devoted to futures that never arrived? How many sleepless nights were spent preparing for events that never happened? How many peaceful moments were interrupted by imagined difficulties? Not because you were weak, because your mind was trying to protect you. But perhaps protection has become overprotection. Perhaps preparation has become anticipation. Perhaps caution has become exhaustion. And perhaps the mind no longer needs to carry so many futures at once. Because the truth is that you have already faced countless challenges throughout your life. Many arrived without warning. Many were not planned for. Many could not have been predicted. Yet somehow you found your way through. Not because you anticipated every problem, because you adapted when the problem arrived. That strength still exists within you. You do not need to spend tonight solving tomorrow. You do not need to carry next week's worries into this moment. You do not need to prepare for every possible future before allowing yourself to rest. The future will come when it comes, and when it does, you will meet it. But for now, there is only this breath, this moment, this quiet evening, this opportunity to set down the weight of futures that do not yet exist. And as that weight begins to leave your shoulders, the mind starts remembering something it has forgotten. The purpose of life is not to endlessly anticipate tomorrow. It is to fully inhabit today. And perhaps true rest begins the moment you stop living in the future long enough to finally arrive in the present. As the habit of constantly anticipating problems begins to loosen, Many people encounter another belief that has quietly controlled their lives for years. It is a belief so common that it rarely gets questioned. A belief that sounds responsible, disciplined, and even admirable on the surface. The belief that rest must be earned. Many people spend their entire lives operating under this invisible rule. They tell themselves they can rest after the work is finished, after the responsibilities are handled, after the goals are achieved, after the problems are solved, after everyone else is taken care of. Only then will they allow themselves peace. Only then will they allow themselves to stop. But something strange keeps happening. That moment never arrives. The work continues. The responsibilities multiply. The goals move further away. New problems appear. New demands emerge. The permission to rest is endlessly postponed. And without realizing it, the person spends years living as though peace is a reward rather than a human need. The Stoics understood something that many exhausted minds have forgotten. Rest is not something that must be deserved. It is something that sustains you. Just as breathing does not require permission, neither does recovery. Just as sleep is not earned through achievement, neither is inner peace. Yet countless people carry an internal voice that says otherwise. You haven't done enough yet. You can relax later. You should be working. You don't deserve a break. This voice becomes so familiar that it starts sounding like wisdom. But it is not wisdom. It is conditioning. Many people learned this lesson early in life. Perhaps they received praise when they worked hard, recognition when they achieved, approval when they sacrificed. Over time, their mind created an association. Value comes from productivity. Worth comes from effort. Rest comes afterward. The problem is that there is always more effort available, always more to accomplish, always another responsibility waiting around the corner. If rest depends on reaching the end of all obligations, rest becomes impossible. The finish line keeps moving. The exhausted mind keeps chasing it. And life slowly becomes a cycle of striving without recovery. Marcus Aurelius carried enormous responsibilities. He governed an empire. He faced wars, political conflict, uncertainty, and pressure that most people can barely imagine. Yet throughout his writings, he repeatedly returned to the importance of returning to himself. Not because his responsibilities disappeared, because he understood that a mind deprived of rest eventually loses its wisdom. A person cannot give endlessly without replenishing. A field cannot produce crops forever without renewal. A fire cannot burn endlessly without fuel. And a human mind cannot carry the weight of life indefinitely without moments of restoration. Yet many people treat themselves in ways they would never treat anyone they love. If a friend was exhausted, they would encourage rest. If a child was overwhelmed, they would encourage rest. If a loved one was struggling, they would encourage rest. But when it comes to themselves, the standards change. They push harder, demand more, expect more, criticize themselves for needing what every human being needs. Recovery. There is another hidden danger in believing rest must be earned. It turns peace into a transaction. The mind begins negotiating with itself. If I finish one more task, then I can relax. If I work a little harder, then I can rest. If I solve this problem, then I can feel peaceful. But there is always one more task, one more problem, one more responsibility. The negotiation never ends, and because it never ends, peace remains permanently postponed. The Stoics taught that much of suffering comes from attaching happiness to future conditions. The same principle applies to rest. When peace depends on circumstances being perfect, peace becomes fragile. When rest depends on permission from your own inner critic, rest becomes rare. True rest begins when you stop treating it as a prize to be won, because rest is not the opposite of responsibility. Rest supports responsibility. Rest strengthens clarity. Rest improves judgment. Rest restores perspective. Without it, even simple challenges begin feeling overwhelming. One of the reasons worn-out minds remain exhausted is because they are constantly operating from depletion. They keep giving from an empty reservoir. They keep drawing energy from a source that has not been replenished in years. Eventually, this creates emotional numbness, irritability, resentment, burnout. Not because the person is weak, because they have ignored a basic human truth. Everything in nature requires periods of recovery. The seasons rest. The oceans have tides. Day becomes night. Activity becomes stillness. Nature itself moves in cycles. Yet many people demand constant productivity from themselves without ever allowing the cycle to complete. The Stoics would remind us that wisdom often lies in working with nature rather than against it. And human nature requires restoration. Tonight, consider how many years you have spent waiting for permission. Permission to rest. Permission to slow down. Permission to stop carrying everything. Permission to simply be. How many times have you told yourself that peace could wait? How many times have you postponed recovery until some future version of life arrived? Then gently ask yourself something different. What if permission is not coming from outside? What if no achievement is required? What if no milestone must be reached first? What if peace is available now? Not because every problem is solved, not because every responsibility is gone, but because your humanity does not depend on completion. You do not need to finish life before you are allowed to rest within it. As this realization settles into the mind, something begins to soften. The endless negotiation quiets. The constant pressure eases. The belief that rest must be earned starts losing its authority. And in that space, a deeper truth emerges. You were never meant to spend your entire life proving that you deserve peace. You were never meant to postpone rest until perfection arrived. You were never meant to carry every burden without stopping. Peace does not require permission. Rest does not require justification. And perhaps tonight, for the first time in a very long time, you can stop asking whether you have earned it, and simply allow yourself to receive it. As the need to earn rest begins to fade, another hidden burden often comes into view. It is one of the most exhausting habits a person can carry because it follows them everywhere. It follows them into success, into achievement, into growth, into progress. And no matter how much they accomplish, it never seems satisfied. It is the feeling of never being finished. Many people live with an invisible finish line that keeps moving. They tell themselves that peace will come after one more accomplishment, one more promotion, one more goal, one more improvement, one more milestone, one more version of themselves, and each time they arrive, the mind quietly moves the finish line again. The strange thing is that from the outside, these people often appear successful. They achieve things, they make progress, they keep growing. Yet internally, they rarely experience completion. They rarely feel done. They rarely feel enough. There is always another mountain waiting behind the one they just climbed. The Stoics understood that the human mind has a tendency to live in pursuit rather than appreciation. It constantly reaches forward, constantly seeks more, constantly searches for the next thing that will finally create satisfaction. But satisfaction built upon achievement alone is fragile, because achievement is temporary. The moment a goal is reached, it becomes part of the past. The excitement fades. The accomplishment becomes normal, and the mind immediately begins searching for what comes next. This creates a life that feels like running on a treadmill. The person is moving, progress is happening, yet emotionally they remain in the same place, still chasing, still striving, still waiting for permission to feel complete. Many people do not realize how deeply this pattern affects their emotional well-being. They think their dissatisfaction comes from not achieving enough. In reality, their dissatisfaction often comes from never allowing themselves to feel finished. The mind becomes trapped in a permanent state of becoming, always becoming better, always becoming stronger, always becoming more successful, always becoming more worthy. And because they are always becoming, they never fully arrive. Life turns into a project instead of an experience. Marcus Aurelius frequently reflected on the present moment because he understood something profound. Human beings often sacrifice today's peace for tomorrow's goals. They postpone contentment until some future condition is met. The problem is that the future condition eventually arrives. And when it does, the mind creates another one. This is why so many people reach accomplishments they once dreamed about and still feel empty. The achievement was real. The satisfaction was temporary. Because the deeper issue was never the goal. The deeper issue was the belief that worth and peace existed somewhere ahead. The Stoics would remind us that no external accomplishment can permanently solve an internal relationship with ourselves. If a person feels incomplete today, another achievement may briefly distract them from that feeling, but eventually the feeling returns, because the mind is still operating under the same rule. I will be enough when... And that sentence never ends. I will be enough when I succeed. I will be enough when I improve. I will be enough when I achieve. I will be enough when I fix myself. Years pass beneath those words. Entire lives pass beneath those words. Yet the feeling of enough remains just out of reach. This creates what could be called the hidden trauma of incompletion. A life spent believing that who you are right now is merely a stepping stone towards someone more worthy in the future. A life spent treating the present version of yourself as a problem to solve. A life spent postponing acceptance. The emotional cost of this is enormous, because every moment becomes a judgment. Every achievement becomes insufficient. Every success becomes temporary. Nothing is ever allowed to settle. Nothing is ever allowed to be enough. The mind becomes a place of endless striving rather than peaceful presence. And eventually, even good things lose their ability to bring joy, not because they are unimportant, because they are immediately replaced by the next objective, the next improvement, the next destination, the next unfinished task. The Stoics taught that growth is valuable, but they also taught that peace must exist alongside growth. Otherwise, growth becomes another form of suffering. You can improve yourself while appreciating yourself. You can pursue goals while remaining grateful for where you are. You can grow without turning your entire existence into an unfinished project. This balance is where true wisdom begins, because there will always be another goal, another challenge, another opportunity to improve. Human life is dynamic. Growth never completely ends. If satisfaction depends on reaching the end of growth, satisfaction never arrives. One of the greatest acts of healing is learning how to stop measuring your worth by what remains unfinished. Learning how to appreciate what already exists. Learning how to recognize what has already been accomplished. Learning how to sit with yourself without immediately searching for the next thing to fix. Tonight, consider how long you have been chasing completion. How many years have been spent waiting to feel finished? How many moments of peace were postponed because there was still more work to do, more growth to achieve, more goals to reach, more improvements to make? Then gently ask yourself something different. What if being unfinished is part of being human? What if life was never meant to be completed like a checklist? What if the goal is not to finish yourself? What if the goal is to experience yourself, to live, to learn, to grow, to rest, to appreciate, to be present within an imperfect and evolving life? As this understanding settles into the heart, something begins to release. The pressure to constantly become starts softening. The endless pursuit begins slowing down. The moving finish line loses some of its power. And for the first time in a long while, you may begin to understand something deeply liberating. You do not have to complete yourself before you are allowed to feel whole. You do not have to solve every weakness before you are worthy of peace. You do not have to reach the end of the journey before you can appreciate where you are standing, because life was never meant to be a race toward completion. It was meant to be lived along the way. And perhaps true rest begins the moment you stop chasing the feeling of finished and finally allow yourself to be present with the life that is already here. As the need to feel finished begins to loosen, another important truth starts to reveal itself. Many people spend years chasing success because they believe it will give them something far more valuable than money, recognition, or accomplishment. Deep down, what they are really searching for is safety. They believe that if they achieve enough, they will finally be able to relax. If they become successful enough, they will finally feel secure. If they reach the next level, they will finally stop worrying. If they build the perfect life, they will finally experience peace. This belief is so common that few people ever question it. Yet countless lives quietly prove that it is not true, because success can solve many problems, but it cannot solve the fear that lives within the mind. It cannot create lasting emotional safety. It cannot permanently remove uncertainty, and it cannot give peace to someone who has never learned how to create peace internally. The Stoics understood this long before modern psychology existed. They observed wealthy people who remained anxious, powerful people who remained fearful, accomplished people who remained dissatisfied. They realized that external success and internal peace are not the same thing. Many people spend decades climbing a mountain they believe will finally make them feel safe. The promotion, the business, the financial goal, the achievement, the recognition. And when they arrive, they experience relief. For a while. The achievement creates a temporary feeling of security, a temporary feeling of certainty, a temporary feeling of control. But eventually something happens. The mind adjusts, the achievement becomes normal, and the old anxiety quietly returns. Now it simply wears different clothes. The person worries about losing what they gained, protecting what they built, maintaining what they achieved. The goal changes, the anxiety remains. This is one of the great misunderstandings of modern life. People often believe that psychological safety lives somewhere in the future, that it is waiting at the next milestone, the next accomplishment, the next success. But psychological safety is not a destination. It is an inner relationship. A person who feels unsafe within themselves can achieve extraordinary things and still remain restless, because the mind simply transfers its fears onto new circumstances. A person worries they will not succeed. Then they succeed. Now they worry about failing. Then they become financially secure. Now they worry about losing their security. Then they earn recognition. Now they worry about maintaining their reputation. The external situation changes. The internal pattern remains. Marcus Aurelius ruled one of the most powerful empires in the world. If psychological safety could be purchased through status, power, or achievement, he would have had every reason to feel secure. Yet his writings repeatedly return to the same lesson. Peace comes from the way you govern your own mind, not from the way you govern your circumstances, because circumstances are unstable. Success rises and falls. Money comes and goes. Recognition appears and disappears. Health changes. Relationships change. Life changes. Anything built upon external conditions remains vulnerable to those conditions. The Stoics were not against success. Far from it. They simply refused to make success responsible for creating inner peace. They understood that this burden was too heavy for any achievement to carry. One of the hidden dangers of seeking safety through achievement is that it creates a constant state of emotional postponement. The mind keeps saying, "I will feel secure when," "I will relax when," "I will be happy when." Life becomes a waiting room. The present moment becomes something to endure until the future arrives. But the future never arrives in the way we expect. When one goal is achieved, another appears. When one mountain is climbed, another becomes visible. The search continues. And because the search continues, peace remains just beyond reach. Many people reach a point where they have achieved things they once believed would change everything, yet internally they feel strangely unchanged. The same worries remain, the same insecurities remain, the same fears remain. This realization can initially feel disappointing, but it can also be liberating, because it reveals where peace is actually found. Not in the next accomplishment, not in the next achievement, not in the next version of yourself, but in the way you relate to yourself right now. The Stoics taught that true security comes from character rather than circumstance, from resilience rather than control, from wisdom rather than status, from acceptance rather than certainty. These qualities cannot be taken away by changing conditions. A person may lose money and remain peaceful, lose status and remain peaceful, lose recognition and remain peaceful, not because the losses do not matter, but because their peace was never built upon those things in the first place. This is real psychological safety, knowing that your worth survives success and failure, knowing that your value survives praise and criticism, knowing that your identity survives achievement and disappointment. The mind becomes far less afraid when it no longer depends on external conditions for internal stability. Tonight, consider all the things you once believed would finally make you feel safe. The goals, the accomplishments, the milestones, the achievements. Perhaps some of them were reached. Perhaps some are still ahead. Either way, ask yourself a gentle question. Have those things truly created the peace you hoped they would? Or have they simply moved the search somewhere else? There is no judgment in the answer, only understanding. Because many people spend their entire lives searching for psychological safety in places where it cannot be found. Not because they are foolish, because nobody taught them where to look. The Stoics pointed in a different direction. They pointed inward, toward acceptance, toward self-trust, toward resilience, toward the quiet understanding that life will always contain uncertainty, and that peace does not come from eliminating uncertainty. It comes from no longer fearing it. As this truth begins settling into the heart, something starts to relax. The endless chase slows down. The pressure to achieve your way into peace begins to fade. The belief that success must save you loses its grip. And in that space, a deeper form of security begins to emerge. Not the fragile security that depends on outcomes, not the temporary security that depends on accomplishments, but the steady security that comes from knowing you are already enough, even before the next goal is reached. And perhaps that is the kind of peace the worn-out mind has been searching for all along. As the search for safety and achievement begins to fade, another hidden source of exhaustion often becomes visible. It is not always obvious because many people have lived with it for so long that they mistake it for their personality. They call themselves cautious, responsible, alert, observant. Yet beneath these descriptions, there is often something deeper taking place. The mind has never fully stopped watching for danger. Even when life becomes calm, even when things are going well, even when there is no immediate threat, part of the mind remains on guard, listening, scanning, monitoring, preparing, waiting. This state is known as hypervigilance, and it is one of the most exhausting ways a person can live. Hypervigilance is what happens when the mind learns that safety cannot be trusted. At some point in life, something taught the nervous system that danger could appear without warning. It may have been a difficult childhood, a painful relationship, financial instability, loss, repeated disappointments, years of chronic stress. Whatever the source, the lesson became deeply embedded. Stay alert. Watch carefully. Do not let your guard down. And so the mind obeyed. At first, this response was protective. It helped you survive. It helped you adapt. It helped you avoid being caught off guard. But survival strategies often outlive the situations that created them. The danger leaves. The vigilance remains. Years later, the person is still watching, still anticipating, still scanning for signs that something might go wrong. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes shaped by what it repeatedly practices. If a person spends enough time looking for threats, the mind eventually becomes skilled at finding them. The problem is that once hypervigilance becomes habitual, the mind no longer distinguishes clearly between real danger and possible danger. A delayed response feels threatening. A change in someone's tone feels significant. A small problem feels like the beginning of something larger. The mind constantly searches for signals, always gathering information, always trying to stay one step ahead. This creates an enormous emotional burden. Imagine being a security guard who never leaves their post. Not for a day, not for a week, not for a year, but for decades, always watching, always alert, always prepared. Eventually, exhaustion becomes unavoidable. Yet many hypervigilant people do not recognize how tired they truly are because they have forgotten what relaxation feels like. Constant alertness has become normal. They wake up thinking, they move through the day thinking, they lie down at night thinking. Even sleep becomes lighter because part of the mind remains on duty. The body rests, the guard stays awake. This is why some people feel tired even after a full night's sleep. Their body slept. Their nervous system did not. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to focus on what was actually happening rather than what his fears predicted might happen. This practice was powerful because hypervigilance thrives on possibility, not reality. Possibility. What if something goes wrong? What if I miss something important? What if this changes? What if I am not prepared? The mind becomes trapped in a future that does not yet exist. And because it is constantly monitoring possibilities, it never fully experiences the present. Hypervigilance also changes the way people relate to others. Trust becomes difficult, not because they want to be suspicious, because part of the mind is always evaluating, always checking, always looking for signs of danger. The person may desperately want connection, yet the nervous system remains cautious, waiting, watching, preparing for disappointment before it arrives. This creates loneliness that is difficult to explain. Not because there are no people around, because true closeness requires relaxation, and relaxation feels unsafe. The Stoics understood that peace requires a willingness to stop defending against every possible future. This does not mean becoming careless. It means recognizing that constant vigilance cannot guarantee safety. Many people secretly believe that their worrying protects them, that their vigilance prevents pain. that their constant awareness keeps them safe. But if hypervigilance truly created safety, hypervigilant people would feel peaceful. Instead, they often feel exhausted. Because the mind is performing a job that never ends. One of the greatest costs of hypervigilance is that it steals ordinary moments. A peaceful evening arrives. The mind searches for problems. A joyful experience appears. The mind looks for what could go wrong. A relationship deepens. The mind prepares for loss. Life offers beauty. The mind remains focused on protection. And little by little, the present moment becomes overshadowed by constant monitoring. The Stoics offered another path. A path built not upon endless vigilance, but upon trust. Trust in your ability to respond when challenges arise. Trust in your resilience. Trust in your character. Trust that you do not need to spend every moment preparing for pain, because no amount of vigilance can prevent every difficulty. Life will always remain uncertain, but uncertainty does not require constant surveillance. Tonight, consider how long your inner guard has been standing watch, how many years it has spent scanning for threats, how many hours it has devoted to preparation, how much energy it has consumed. Then gently consider something else. Perhaps the guard is tired. Perhaps it has been working too long. Perhaps it no longer needs to carry the entire burden alone. Because not every sound is a warning. Not every uncertainty is a threat. Not every change is a danger. And not every moment requires protection. As this realization settles into the mind, the constant scanning begins to slow. The endless monitoring softens. The nervous system receives a message it may not have heard in years. You do not have to stay on watch forever. You do not have to spend your life preparing for every possible danger. You do not have to remain alert every second of every day. Sometimes safety is not found in watching more carefully. Sometimes safety is found in finally allowing yourself to rest. And as that permission begins spreading through the mind, something remarkable happens. The guard lowers its shield, the shoulders soften, the breath deepens, and for perhaps the first time in a very long while, the mind begins to understand that peace is not the absence of danger. Peace is the ability to stop searching for danger in every corner of life. As the mind begins stepping away from hypervigilance, another exhausting habit often reveals itself. It is the habit of trying to manage everything, not just your own responsibilities, but outcomes, people, situations, possibilities, conversations, the future itself. It is a burden many people carry without realizing how much of their energy disappears beneath its weight. At first, it seems responsible. It seems wise. It seems necessary. The mind tells itself that if it stays involved in everything, then fewer things can go wrong. If it thinks hard enough, plans carefully enough, and monitors closely enough, life will become manageable. But life has a way of exposing the limits of this belief. No matter how carefully you plan, unexpected things happen. No matter how much you worry, uncertainty remains. No matter how much you try to control outcomes, people continue making their own choices. Life continues unfolding according to forces much larger than any individual mind. And yet many people spend years fighting this reality. They try to manage everyone's emotions. They try to manage everyone's opinions. They try to manage every possible future scenario. They try to manage how others see them. They try to manage events that have not happened yet. The result is not peace. The result is exhaustion. The Stoics understood that one of the greatest causes of suffering is confusing influence with control. There are things you can influence. There are things you can guide. There are things you can contribute to. But there are very few things you can completely control. Many people refuse to accept this distinction. So they keep carrying responsibilities that were never theirs to carry. A parent spends years trying to control an adult child's decisions. A partner tries to manage another person's emotions. A friend tries to solve problems that only the other person can solve. Someone spends endless nights worrying about events that have not even occurred. The mind becomes a manager of realities it was never designed to manage, and eventually it collapses beneath the weight. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to focus on what belonged to him and release what did not. He understood that much of human frustration comes from investing energy where authority does not exist. This lesson sounds simple. In practice, it is transformative. Because when people begin separating what belongs to them from what does not, enormous amounts of emotional energy become available. They stop carrying other people's reactions. They stop carrying every possible outcome. They stop carrying responsibilities that were never theirs. And suddenly life becomes lighter. One of the reasons people struggle to let go is because management creates the illusion of safety. The mind says, if I stay involved, I can prevent pain. If I think about it enough, I can avoid mistakes. If I keep monitoring everything, nothing bad will happen. But life rarely works this way. In fact, constant management often creates the very suffering it hopes to prevent. The person becomes anxious, restless, overwhelmed. Not because life is unmanageable, because they are trying to manage too much of it. There is a deep fear hidden beneath this habit. The fear of uncertainty. The fear that if you stop controlling, things will fall apart. The fear that if you loosen your grip, chaos will take over. But the truth is that much of life has always been unfolding without your management. The sun rises without your supervision. The seasons change without your approval. People make choices regardless of your worrying. Life moves according to countless forces beyond your control. And somehow, despite all this uncertainty, life continues. The Stoics did not find peace by controlling life. They found peace by accepting its nature. They understood that unpredictability is not a flaw in existence. It is part of existence. A river is unpredictable. The weather is unpredictable. Human beings are unpredictable. Life itself is unpredictable. To demand certainty from such a world is to guarantee frustration. Acceptance begins when you stop demanding that life behave differently before allowing yourself peace. This does not mean giving up. It does not mean becoming passive. It does not mean refusing to act. It simply means acting where you have influence and releasing what lies beyond it. There is tremendous freedom in this. Imagine how much energy is spent every day trying to manage things that cannot be managed. Trying to control how someone feels. Trying to control what someone thinks. Trying to control future outcomes. Trying to control every possibility. Now imagine setting those burdens down. Not forever, just for tonight. Notice how much space suddenly appears. How much tension begins to dissolve. How much mental noise starts to fade. The worn-out mind often believes that carrying more creates security. But often the opposite is true. The more you carry, the heavier life becomes. The more you try to manage everything, the less peace you experience. The Stoics discovered something profound. Freedom is not found through greater control. Freedom is found through wiser acceptance. Acceptance of uncertainty, acceptance of change, acceptance of reality as it unfolds. Tonight, consider how many things you have been trying to manage. How many outcomes, how many people, how many possibilities, how many futures. Then gently ask yourself a question. What actually belongs to me right now? Not tomorrow, not next year, right now. You may discover that the answer is surprisingly small. Your choices, your actions, your attitude, your response. And perhaps that is enough. Because the moment you stop trying to carry the entire world, you begin reclaiming the energy needed to live within it. As this realization settles deeper into your awareness, the grip begins to loosen. The need to control starts fading. The burden of management grows lighter, and in its place comes something many people spend their entire lives searching for. Not certainty, not control, not guarantees, but trust. Trust that life can be unpredictable without being your enemy. Trust that uncertainty does not have to be feared. Trust that you do not need to manage everything in order to be okay. And as that trust begins growing within you, the exhausted mind finally discovers a freedom it has been missing for far too long. The freedom to let life be life. The freedom to stop carrying what was never yours. The freedom to rest. As the burden of managing everything begins to fall away, something unexpected starts to happen. The mind becomes quieter. Not because every problem has disappeared, not because life has suddenly become perfect, but because a deeper source of exhaustion is finally being recognized. Many people are not tired because of life itself. They are tired because of the battles taking place inside their own minds. Battles that never stop. Battles that continue during work, during conversations, during quiet moments, even during sleep. The conflict may not always be obvious. Sometimes it is a battle with the past, a refusal to accept what happened, a constant replaying of old mistakes, a silent argument with memories that cannot be changed. Sometimes it is a battle with the future, a struggle against uncertainty, an endless demand for answers that do not yet exist, a constant effort to predict and control what cannot be predicted or controlled. Sometimes it is a battle with yourself, the person you were, the person you are, the person you think you should be, a continuous conflict between reality and expectation. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes not from events, but from these internal wars. The mind becomes divided against itself. One part wants acceptance, another part demands resistance. One part seeks peace, another part continues fighting. And because the battle never truly ends, exhaustion becomes inevitable. Imagine trying to sleep while carrying on a heated argument all night long. Even if your eyes are closed, rest will never fully arrive. This is how many people live psychologically. Their body lies in bed. Their mind enters another battlefield, replaying conversations, revisiting disappointments, defending itself against imaginary futures, arguing with reality, resisting what already is. The nervous system cannot fully relax because it remains engaged in conflict, and conflict requires energy. Even silent conflict, even invisible conflict, even battles that exist only within thought. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly returned to a simple but powerful practice. He accepted what could not be changed and directed his energy toward what could. This was not weakness, it was wisdom. Because every unnecessary battle consumes life. Every argument with reality drains strength. Every resistance to what already exists creates tension. And tension carried long enough becomes suffering. One of the most exhausting internal battles is the belief that life should have unfolded differently. The mind constantly returns to old roads, old decisions, old opportunities, old regrets. It asks endless questions. What if I had done something different? What if things had worked out another way? What if I had known then what I know now? Years can be spent fighting a past that no longer exists. Yet the past never changes. Only the present becomes heavier. Another common battle is the war against uncertainty. The mind demands guarantees, certainty, control, answers. But life rarely provides these things. The more the mind demands them, the more frustrated it becomes, because it is asking reality to become something reality has never been: predictable, permanent, certain. The Stoics understood that peace begins when we stop demanding impossible things from life. Not because life is unfair, but because life is life. Change is part of it. Uncertainty is part of it. Loss is part of it. Growth is part of it. Accepting these truths ends countless unnecessary conflicts. There is also the battle many people fight against themselves: the endless criticism, the constant disappointment, the feeling that they should be further ahead, better, stronger, more successful, more healed, more accomplished. The mind becomes its own opponent. Instead of supporting itself, it attacks itself. Instead of encouraging growth, it creates pressure. Instead of offering understanding, it offers judgment. This internal conflict often continues for years, and because it feels familiar, many people never question it. They assume self-criticism creates improvement. Yet more often it creates exhaustion. The Stoics believed in discipline, but they also believed in self-awareness. They understood that wisdom grows through understanding, not self-hatred. Growth becomes easier when the battle ends, because energy that was once spent fighting can finally be used for living. This is the hidden secret behind deep rest. Deep rest does not come only from physical stillness, it comes from psychological peace. The nervous system relaxes when it no longer feels trapped in endless conflict. The mind softens when it no longer has to defend itself against every uncertainty. The heart becomes lighter when it stops carrying old wars into the present. Tonight, consider the battles you have been fighting, the arguments you continue having with reality, the disappointments you continue carrying, the fears you continue wrestling with, the expectations you continue demanding. Notice how much energy they require. Notice how long you have been carrying them. Then ask yourself a simple question: what would happen if this battle ended? Not because you won, not because life changed, but because you no longer needed to fight. What would happen if you stopped arguing with the past, stopped demanding certainty from the future, stopped expecting perfection from yourself, stopped resisting what already exists? Perhaps something surprising would happen. The tension would begin to soften. The mind would begin to quiet. The body would begin to relax. And the exhaustion that has followed you for so long would finally begin losing its grip. Because the deepest sleep is not created by silence alone. It is created by surrendering unnecessary conflict. It is created when the mind realizes that not every problem requires a battle. Not every uncertainty requires resistance. Not every imperfection requires correction. Sometimes peace arrives not when life changes, but when the fighting stops. And as these internal battles finally begin to fade into the distance, a profound stillness starts emerging from beneath them. A stillness that has always been there, waiting beneath the arguments, waiting beneath the fears, waiting beneath the resistance. The stillness of a mind that no longer needs to fight reality in order to feel safe. The stillness of a heart that no longer needs to carry yesterday into tomorrow. The stillness that makes true rest possible. And perhaps tonight, as those old battles finally lose their power, you can experience something that has been waiting for you all along. Not victory, not control, not certainty, but peace. As the internal battles begin to quiet, another surprising truth often comes into view. Many people assume they are suffering because stress keeps finding them. They believe exhaustion is simply the result of difficult circumstances. But sometimes something deeper is happening. Sometimes the mind is not only reacting to stress, it has become attached to it. This can sound strange at first. Why would anyone become attached to stress? Why would anyone feel comfortable carrying worry, pressure, or tension? The answer is not because they enjoy suffering. It is because the human mind often mistakes what is familiar for what is safe. And familiarity has extraordinary power, even when something is painful, even when something is exhausting, even when something is harmful. If it has been present long enough, the mind begins treating it like home. The Stoics understood that human beings are creatures of habit. Whatever we experience repeatedly starts feeling normal. The mind adapts to patterns. It builds expectations around them, and eventually it begins seeking them without realizing it. This is why some people feel strangely uncomfortable when life becomes peaceful. Nothing is wrong. No crisis is happening. No immediate problem exists, yet they feel restless, uneasy, unsettled. Part of them keeps waiting for something bad to happen. Part of them keeps looking for the missing problem. Because stress has been present for so long that calm feels unfamiliar, and unfamiliar things often feel unsafe. Imagine living beside a loud highway for many years. At first, the noise is distracting. Over time, you stop noticing it. Eventually, complete silence might feel strange. You may even find yourself unable to sleep because something feels missing. The same thing can happen psychologically. A person becomes so accustomed to stress that peace feels unnatural. The mind starts searching for the noise, searching for the tension, searching for the problem, not because it wants suffering, because suffering has become familiar. Many people who grew up in unstable environments experience this pattern. If chaos was normal, calm can feel suspicious. If unpredictability was common, stability can feel uncomfortable. If stress was constant, peace may initially feel foreign. The nervous system learned its lessons well. Too well. It learned that alertness meant survival, that tension meant preparedness, that worry meant protection. Years later, the circumstances may have changed completely, but the old programming remains. The mind continues operating according to rules written long ago. Marcus Aurelius often spoke about examining impressions before accepting them as truth. This wisdom becomes especially important here, because the feeling that something is wrong does not necessarily mean something is wrong. Sometimes it simply means something is unfamiliar. The mind often confuses these two experiences. A peaceful day feels strange. The mind interprets the strangeness as danger. A quiet evening arrives. The mind starts looking for problems. A healthy relationship develops. The mind becomes suspicious. A season of stability appears. The mind prepares for disaster. Not because disaster is coming, because peace feels unfamiliar. This creates one of the most exhausting cycles in human psychology. The person finally reaches a period of calm, then unconsciously creates new stress. Not intentionally, not deliberately, but automatically. They overthink situations, create unnecessary pressure, focus on worst-case scenarios, search for hidden problems. The nervous system returns to the environment it understands best, stress, because stress feels predictable, and predictable often feels safer than unknown peace. The Stoics would remind us that familiarity is not the same as truth. Just because something feels familiar does not mean it is healthy. Just because something feels normal does not mean it is beneficial. Just because something has been present for years does not mean it belongs in your future. Many worn-out minds remain trapped because they continue returning to emotional patterns that no longer serve them. Patterns of worry, patterns of tension, patterns of self-pressure, patterns of fear. The mind chooses them automatically because they are known, not because they are helpful. One of the most important moments in healing comes when a person realizes that peace may feel uncomfortable before it feels comforting. This realization changes everything. because now the discomfort is no longer interpreted as proof that something is wrong. It is recognized as evidence that something is different, and different is often exactly what healing requires. The first moments of genuine peace can feel unfamiliar. The first moments of true rest can feel unusual. The first experiences of emotional safety can feel almost confusing. This is not failure, this is adjustment. The nervous system learning a new reality, a reality where every day is not a battle, where every silence is not a warning, where every uncertainty is not a threat, where every calm moment does not need to be interrupted by worry. Tonight, consider the stress patterns that have followed you for years, the worries that became routines, the tensions that became habits, the fears that became familiar companions. Notice how long they have been present. Notice how normal they have begun to feel. Then gently ask yourself a different question. What if familiar is not the same as safe? What if the peace you have been searching for feels uncomfortable simply because it is new? What if your mind is learning how to live without burdens it has carried for far too long? Because healing often feels unfamiliar before it feels natural, and freedom often feels strange before it feels comfortable. As this understanding settles into the mind, something begins to soften. The need to return to old stress patterns starts weakening. The attraction to familiar suffering begins fading. The nervous system slowly learns that peace is not a trap, that calm is not dangerous, that stillness is not a warning sign, that rest does not need to be interrupted. And perhaps for the first time in many years, the mind begins accepting a possibility it once found difficult to believe. You do not need stress in order to feel secure. You do not need struggle in order to feel alive. You do not need suffering in order to know who you are. The old patterns may be familiar, but peace can become familiar too. And tonight, that new familiarity quietly begins. As the mind begins letting go of familiar stress, another profound realization starts to emerge. Many people spend their lives preparing for life instead of living it. They are constantly getting ready, constantly anticipating, constantly rehearsing future challenges. Their mind remains focused on what might happen next, rather than what is happening now. At first, this seems like wisdom. It seems responsible. It seems practical. After all, preparing for difficulties sounds like a sensible way to avoid suffering. But there is a hidden cost. The preparation never ends. The mind moves from one possibility to another, one concern to another, one future scenario to another. The person becomes trapped in a permanent state of readiness, always preparing, rarely arriving. The Stoics discovered something remarkable. True strength does not come from preparing for every possible challenge. It comes from developing the kind of character that can meet challenges when they arrive. This distinction changes everything. Many people believe resilience and readiness are the same thing. They are not. Readiness says, I must think through every possible problem. Resilience says, whatever problem arrives, I trust myself to face it. Readiness depends on prediction. Resilience depends on trust. And trust requires far less energy. Imagine carrying an umbrella every second of every day because it might rain. You take it to bed. You carry it around the house. You hold it during sunny afternoons. You never put it down because the weather could change. Eventually, the umbrella becomes more exhausting than the rain itself. This is how many people treat future problems. They carry them everywhere, not because the problems are here, because the problems might arrive someday. The Stoics recognized the futility of this approach. They understood that life is too vast and too unpredictable to prepare for every possible outcome. No amount of thinking can eliminate uncertainty. No amount of worrying can guarantee safety. Yet countless people spend enormous amounts of energy trying. Their mind becomes a planning machine, a forecasting machine, a preparation machine. Every conversation gets rehearsed. Every future gets analyzed. Every possibility gets explored. The body sits in the present. The mind lives somewhere ahead, and because it is always living ahead, it rarely experiences peace. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the future is beyond immediate reach. What matters is how you meet the present moment. Not because the future is unimportant, but because the present is where strength is built. A person who trusts themselves does not need endless preparation. They know they can adapt. They know they can learn. They know they can respond. This confidence creates a completely different relationship with uncertainty. The anxious mind asks, "What if I am not ready?" The resilient mind asks, "Why assume I won't be?" The anxious mind constantly prepares. The resilient mind constantly grows. One lives in fear of the future. The other develops trust in itself. There is a subtle but important reason why endless preparation feels so attractive. It creates the illusion of control. The mind feels productive. It feels responsible. It feels like progress is being made. But often nothing is actually being solved. The person is simply spending today's energy on tomorrow's possibilities. And tomorrow has not even arrived. This is why chronic preparation is so exhausting. The mind keeps paying emotional costs for events that may never happen. Stress is experienced today. Anxiety is experienced today. Tension is experienced today. All in service of futures that may never exist. The Stoics proposed something far more liberating. Instead of preparing for every situation, prepare your character. Develop patience. Develop courage. Develop flexibility. Develop wisdom. Develop self-trust. Because these qualities remain useful regardless of what the future brings. A person who develops resilience no longer needs to predict every challenge. They know that challenges are part of life, and they know they can meet them. This shift removes enormous pressure. Suddenly, the future does not need to be controlled, it only needs to be encountered. Life becomes less about preparation and more about participation. Less about prediction and more about presence. Less about managing uncertainty and more about moving through uncertainty with confidence. One of the greatest gifts of resilience is that it returns attention to the present moment. The mind no longer spends every waking hour standing guard over tomorrow. It begins noticing today again. The conversation happening right now. The breath happening right now, the peace available right now, the life unfolding right now, because resilience frees the mind from the impossible task of securing the future. The future cannot be secured, it can only be met. Tonight, consider how much of your life has been spent preparing for conversations, preparing for disappointments, preparing for failures, preparing for changes, preparing for possibilities. Notice how much energy that preparation has required. Notice how often it has interrupted your peace. Then gently ask yourself something different. What if you are stronger than you think? What if you do not need to prepare for every challenge because you have already survived countless challenges before? What if your strength comes not from prediction but from adaptation? Not from readiness, but from resilience. Because the truth is that some of the hardest moments of your life were never predicted. You did not see them coming. You could not fully prepare for them. Yet somehow you endured. You learned. You adapted. You moved forward. That same strength still exists within you. The Stoics understood this deeply. They did not spend their lives trying to eliminate uncertainty. They spent their lives becoming the kind of people who could face uncertainty without fear. And perhaps that is the real secret. Not endless preparation, not endless vigilance, not endless readiness, but quiet confidence, the confidence that whatever tomorrow brings, you will meet it when it arrives. And for tonight, that is enough. The future can wait, the preparations can pause, the guard can rest. The mind can finally stop rehearsing life and begin experiencing it. And in that release, a deeper kind of peace begins to emerge. The peace of knowing that you do not need to be prepared for everything in order to be okay. You only need to trust yourself enough to meet life as it comes. As the mind begins trusting resilience more than constant preparation, another layer of exhaustion often comes into view. It is older than worry, older than overthinking, older than many of the habits that have been explored so far. It is the armor you built to protect yourself from being hurt. At some point in life, that armor was necessary. Perhaps trust was broken. Perhaps disappointment arrived unexpectedly. Perhaps you gave your heart to someone who did not value it. Perhaps life taught you painful lessons about loss, rejection, criticism, or betrayal. The mind responded the way it often does. It adapted. It built defenses. It created distance. It became cautious. What started as protection slowly became a way of life. And for a while, those defenses served a purpose. They helped you survive experiences that felt overwhelming. They gave you structure when life felt unstable. They helped you keep moving forward when vulnerability felt dangerous. The problem is that survival tools often remain long after the danger has disappeared. The armor stays on, the walls stay up, the defenses remain active, not because they are still needed, because they have become familiar. Many people reach a point where the original threat is gone, yet they continue living as though it is still present. They protect themselves from people who have not harmed them. They anticipate rejection before it exists. They withhold trust before trust has been tested. They hide emotions that no longer need hiding. The mind keeps guarding doors that no longer require protection. The Stoics understood that wisdom involves recognizing when a response that once served you has stopped serving you. A soldier who remains in battle mode long after the war ends cannot fully return home. Likewise, a mind that remains in protection mode long after the danger has passed struggles to fully return to life. One of the hidden costs of emotional armor is that it blocks more than pain. It also blocks connection. The walls built to keep disappointment out often keep love out as well. The defenses designed to prevent rejection can also prevent closeness. The caution that protects against hurt can prevent joy. Many people do not realize this. They believe they are only protecting themselves from suffering. In reality, they are also protecting themselves from experiences that make life meaningful. This does not happen intentionally. The mind simply follows the rules it learned years ago. Do not trust too quickly. Do not get too attached. Do not show too much. Do not let your guard down. These rules may have been useful once, but if followed forever, they become a prison. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about meeting life openly rather than fearfully. He understood that no amount of protection can eliminate all pain. Human life includes loss, disappointment, change, uncertainty. The goal is not to avoid these experiences completely. The goal is to become strong enough to face them without closing yourself off from life. This is where many people become stuck. They assume vulnerability is weakness. But vulnerability is not weakness. Vulnerability is the willingness to remain open despite uncertainty. It is the courage to participate in life without demanding guarantees. It is the courage to care even though caring carries risk. The armor often feels safer because it promises protection. Yet over time, many people discover that the armor itself has become heavy. Very heavy. It requires constant maintenance, constant monitoring. Constant emotional distance. The person may no longer feel deeply hurt, but they may also struggle to feel deeply connected. The armor reduces pain, but it often reduces aliveness as well. The Stoics never taught emotional numbness. They taught emotional strength. And emotional strength is very different. Emotional numbness says, I will feel less, so I cannot be hurt. Emotional strength says, I am capable of feeling deeply and surviving what I feel. One approach shrinks life. The other expands it. Recovering from years of self-protection does not mean tearing down every wall overnight. It does not mean trusting everyone. It does not mean becoming careless. It means slowly recognizing which defenses are still necessary and which ones are simply old habits. Some doors can remain locked, some boundaries remain healthy, but not every wall needs to stay standing. Not every shield needs to remain raised. Not every old fear deserves permanent authority over the present. One of the most healing questions a person can ask is this: am I responding to what is happening now, or am I responding to what happened before? That question creates awareness. It helps separate the present from the past. It helps distinguish current reality from old wounds. Because many forms of emotional exhaustion come from treating today's experiences as though they are yesterday's dangers. The nervous system keeps reacting to old memories rather than present conditions. The armor keeps defending against battles that have already ended. Tonight, consider the protections you have been carrying. The walls, the defenses, the habits of emotional distance, the rules you created long ago to keep yourself safe. Notice how long they have been with you. Notice how much energy they require. Notice how much of your life has been spent maintaining them. Then gently ask yourself something simple. What if some of that armor is no longer necessary? What if the person who needed those defenses years ago is not the same person you are today? What if you have grown stronger than you realize? Because strength is not always found in protection. Sometimes strength is found in openness. Sometimes strength is found in trust. Sometimes strength is found in lowering the shield and discovering that not every moment requires defense. As this understanding settles into the heart, something begins to soften. The walls become less rigid. The armor becomes lighter. The need for constant protection begins to fade. And beneath all those layers, something patiently waiting for years starts to emerge. Not weakness, not vulnerability in its fragile form, but a deeper strength. The strength of someone who no longer needs to hide from life. The strength of someone who knows that pain is possible, but connection is possible too. The strength of someone who has survived enough to finally stop living as though survival is the only goal. And perhaps tonight, the armor can rest. Not because life has become perfectly safe, but because you are no longer the same person who first put it on. As the emotional armor begins to loosen and old defenses start losing their grip, another source of hidden exhaustion often rises into awareness. It is not always a major trauma, not always a dramatic event. Sometimes it is something much quieter, a conversation that never happened, words that were never spoken, feelings that were never expressed, questions that were never answered. Many people carry entire conversations inside their minds for years. They replay them while driving. They revisit them before sleep. They return to them during quiet moments. The people involved may have moved on long ago, yet the conversation continues internally. A part of the mind remains trapped there, waiting, rehearsing, arguing, explaining, defending, hoping for an ending that never came. This is one of the hidden burdens of the human heart. Not every story receives closure. Not every relationship ends with understanding. Not every hurt receives an apology. Not every goodbye gets spoken properly. And yet the mind often struggles to accept this. It keeps returning to unfinished emotional stories, believing that if it thinks about them long enough, it might finally find peace. The Stoics understood that one of the deepest sources of suffering comes from attaching our peace to outcomes we can no longer influence. A conversation that happened years ago continues living in the present because the mind refuses to stop negotiating with the past. It keeps asking questions. What should I have said? Why did they do that? What if I had handled things differently? What did they really mean? Do they ever think about it too? These questions can continue for decades, not because answers exist, but because the mind is searching for emotional completion. The problem is that some stories never provide it, and when the mind refuses to accept that reality, exhaustion follows. Imagine carrying an open book everywhere you go, never finishing the final chapter, never closing the cover, never placing it back on the shelf. Year after year, the story remains open in your hands. Eventually, the weight becomes enormous. This is what unresolved conversations often become. Open emotional loops, unfinished chapters, stories that continue demanding energy long after the event itself has ended. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself not to become trapped by things beyond his present influence. He understood that the mind often suffers because it keeps trying to rewrite scenes that have already been completed. The conversation happened, the choice was made, the person left, the opportunity passed, the chapter ended. Yet internally the story keeps continuing. Many people do not realize how much emotional energy is spent maintaining these unfinished narratives. Part of the mind remains occupied, part of the heart remains invested, part of the nervous system remains activated, always waiting for resolution, always hoping for a different ending. This creates a subtle form of tension. The body moves forward, the mind remains behind. One of the most painful forms of unresolved conversation is the conversation that can never happen, the apology that will never come, the explanation that will never be given, the person who is no longer available, the relationship that no longer exists, the chance that has passed forever. These situations are especially difficult because the mind keeps searching for something reality cannot provide. And when reality cannot provide it, the Stoics would encourage a different path. Instead of seeking closure from the outside, learn how to create closure within. This does not mean pretending the hurt never happened. It does not mean denying grief. It does not mean approving of what occurred. It means accepting that your peace cannot remain dependent upon another person finishing a story they may never finish. Because if your healing depends entirely on someone else's actions, your healing remains outside your control. The Stoics believed that freedom begins when peace no longer depends upon conditions you cannot command. This is where many people become stuck. They continue waiting for understanding, waiting for justice, waiting for recognition, waiting for acknowledgement, waiting for closure. And while they wait, life continues passing. The unfinished story occupies valuable space inside the mind. There is another hidden cost as well. Unresolved conversations often become part of a person's identity. They stop being something that happened. They become something the person carries. A betrayal becomes a permanent lens through which trust is viewed. A criticism becomes a permanent lens through which self-worth is viewed. A rejection becomes a permanent lens through which relationships are viewed. The conversation ends externally, but continues shaping life internally. This is why unresolved emotional stories are so powerful. They do not stay in the past. They quietly influence the present. The Stoic path is not about forcing yourself to forget. It is about releasing the demand that the past become different before you allow yourself peace. Because many people are unknowingly holding their peace hostage. They tell themselves, "I can move on when I get answers. I can heal when they understand. I can rest when I receive closure." But what if that day never comes? What if the answer never arrives? What if the conversation remains unfinished? Would you really want your entire future tied to a chapter that ended years ago? Tonight, consider the conversations you still carry, the words never spoken, the explanations never received, the endings that never felt complete. Notice how much space they occupy. Notice how often they return. Notice how much energy has been devoted to them. Then gently ask yourself something different. What if peace does not require the conversation to be finished? What if healing does not require every question to be answered? What if closure is not something another person gives you? What if it is something you allow yourself? Because there comes a moment when the healthiest thing a person can do is stop standing at a closed door waiting for it to open. Not because the story did not matter, but because their life matters too. As this understanding begins settling into the heart, something softens. The need for answers becomes less urgent. The endless replaying begins to slow. The emotional grip of unfinished stories starts weakening. And in that quiet space, a new possibility appears. The possibility that not every chapter must be perfectly completed in order for the book of your life to continue. The possibility that some stories can remain unfinished without remaining open. The possibility that peace is available even when closure never arrives. And perhaps tonight, one of those old conversations can finally be set down. Not because it was resolved, but because you no longer need to carry it. As the weight of unresolved conversations begins to settle, another quiet truth often appears. Many people do not become exhausted all at once. They do not wake up one morning suddenly feeling heavy. The process happens gradually, so gradually that they barely notice it. Year after year, burden after burden, responsibility after responsibility, the mind becomes crowded. And somewhere along the way, they forget what it feels like to be light. Not happy, not excited, not entertained. Light, the feeling of moving through a day without carrying the weight of 10 different worries. The feeling of waking up without immediately entering a mental checklist. The feeling of being present without constantly managing thoughts, fears, responsibilities, and expectations. For many people, that feeling becomes a distant memory. Some can barely remember the last time they experienced it. Life slowly becomes serious, heavy, complicated. Every year seems to add another layer, another obligation, another concern, another responsibility, and eventually the mind becomes so accustomed to carrying weight that it forgets another way of living is possible. The Stoics understood that one of the greatest dangers of the human mind is accumulation, not accumulation of possessions, accumulation of mental burdens, old regrets, future worries, unresolved emotions, unnecessary obligations, imaginary fears, unfinished stories. Each one takes up space. At first, the space seems endless. The mind absorbs another concern, then another, but eventually, the inner world becomes crowded. Psychological spaciousness begins disappearing. There is no room left to breathe, no room left to simply exist. Everything becomes filled with thought, filled with planning, filled with concern, filled with mental noise. This is why some people feel exhausted even when nothing particularly difficult is happening. The weight is not coming from today's reality. It is coming from years of accumulation, years of carrying things that were never fully released. Marcus Aurelius often practiced returning his attention to what was directly in front of him. He understood that the mind becomes overwhelmed when it attempts to carry too much at once. Many people do the opposite. They carry yesterday. They carry tomorrow. They carry next year. They carry other people's problems. They carry old disappointments. They carry future possibilities. Everything enters the mind. Very little leaves. Eventually, the inner world becomes crowded with burdens. And when the mind becomes crowded, lightness disappears. One of the saddest parts of this process is that many people begin believing heaviness is simply adulthood. They assume life is supposed to feel this way. They assume constant mental pressure is normal. They assume psychological tension is unavoidable. Because they have lived with it for so long, they cannot remember anything else. The Stoics would gently challenge this assumption. They understood that while life contains difficulty, the mind does not need to carry every difficulty forever. Many burdens have expiration dates. The problem is that people often continue carrying them long after their purpose has ended. A fear that once protected you remains active years later. A disappointment from the past continues occupying emotional space. A responsibility that no longer belongs to you remains on your shoulders. The mind becomes like a room filled with objects that should have been removed years ago. Eventually, there is barely enough room left to move. This is the gradual loss of psychological spaciousness. And without spaciousness, life begins feeling compressed. Every problem feels bigger. Every stress feels heavier. Every challenge feels more overwhelming. Not because the challenge itself changed, because there is no room around it. Everything feels crowded. One worry touches another. One fear connects to another. One responsibility overlaps with another. The entire inner world feels packed with weight. The Stoics understood that wisdom is not only about gaining knowledge. Sometimes wisdom is about creating space. Space between thoughts. Space between events and reactions. Space between fear and response. Space between uncertainty and panic. This space changes everything. Because a mind with space can breathe. A mind with space can reflect. A mind with space can recover. A mind with space can experience life without being crushed by it. Think about children for a moment. One reason children often experience lightness is not because life is perfect. It is because they have not yet accumulated decades of mental weight. They experience a moment and then move on. They laugh fully, cry fully, play fully. Their attention returns naturally to the present. As people age, they often lose this ability. Not because age causes heaviness, because accumulation causes heaviness. The mind becomes overloaded with everything it refuses to release. The beautiful truth is that psychological spaciousness can be restored, not by escaping life, not by eliminating every responsibility, but by gradually setting down what no longer needs to be carried. The Stoic path is not about adding more. It is often about carrying less. Less resentment, less fear, less mental clutter, less unnecessary resistance, less attachment to things beyond your control. Every burden released creates a little more space, a little more air, a little more freedom. Tonight, consider how crowded your inner world has become. Notice the worries, the responsibilities, the old stories, the future concerns, the expectations, the emotional baggage that has quietly accumulated over the years. Then ask yourself a simple question. What am I still carrying that no longer needs to be carried? Not because it was unimportant, not because it did not matter, but because its purpose has ended. Its lesson has been learned. Its season has passed. Because every burden released creates room for something else. Room for peace. Room for gratitude. Room for presence. Room for joy. Room for rest. As this understanding settles into the mind, something begins to open. The crowded feeling starts easing. The inner pressure begins softening. The psychological walls move further apart, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, something forgotten begins returning, a sense of lightness, not because life has become perfect, not because every problem has disappeared, but because the mind is no longer trying to carry an entire lifetime all at once. And perhaps that is what many people have been searching for. Not a different life, not a different future, simply enough space within themselves to breathe again. Enough space to feel alive again. Enough space to remember that peace is not always something you find. Sometimes it is something that appears naturally when you finally stop carrying what was never meant to stay. As the mind begins reclaiming psychological spaciousness, another hidden source of exhaustion becomes impossible to ignore. In many ways, it sits beneath almost every burden explored so far, beneath the worry, beneath the overthinking, beneath the stress, beneath the constant preparation. It is the habit of resisting reality. Most people do not realize how much energy they spend fighting what already exists. Not physically, mentally, emotionally, internally. Life presents something. The mind immediately argues with it. A mistake happens. This should not have happened. A plan changes. This is not how things were supposed to go. Someone disappoints you. They should have acted differently. A difficult emotion appears. I should not feel this way. An uncertainty arrives. I need answers right now. Without noticing it, the mind enters a struggle. And that struggle often becomes far more exhausting than the original situation. The Stoics understood something that remains deeply relevant today. Reality is already using all of its energy to be what it is. When the mind fights reality, it enters a battle it cannot win. Reality continues. The argument continues. The exhaustion grows. Imagine standing in the ocean and trying to stop the tide with your hands. You can push. You can strain. You can resist. You can become frustrated. But the tide keeps moving. Eventually, it is not the ocean that becomes exhausted. It is you. This is how many people live psychologically. They fight what already exists. They fight the past. They fight uncertainty. They fight change. They fight imperfection. They fight human nature. They fight their own emotions. And because these battles never truly end, the mind becomes worn out. One of the most common forms of resistance is resistance to the past. Many people spend years mentally arguing with events that have already happened. A relationship ended. A mistake was made. An opportunity was lost. A painful experience occurred. The event itself may have lasted days, weeks, or months. The resistance lasts decades. The mind keeps returning, replaying, rewriting, reimagining, trying to negotiate with something that no longer exists. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the past belongs to the past, not because it was unimportant, because continuing to fight it only extends its influence. The event happened once. The resistance makes it happen thousands of times. Another form of resistance appears in our relationship with uncertainty. Life refuses to provide complete guarantees, yet the mind often demands them. It wants certainty before acting, certainty before trusting, certainty before resting, certainty before feeling peaceful. The problem is that life has never operated this way. The future remains unknown. No amount of resistance changes that fact. Yet many people spend enormous emotional energy demanding certainty from an uncertain world. The result is frustration, not because uncertainty is harmful, because reality is refusing to obey the mind's demands. Resistance also appears in our relationship with emotions. Sadness arrives, the mind fights it. Fear arrives, the mind fights it. Disappointment arrives, the mind fights it. Instead of allowing emotions to move through naturally, People often create a second layer of suffering. They become upset about being upset, afraid of being afraid, frustrated about being frustrated. The original emotion may have been manageable. The resistance amplifies it. The Stoics never taught emotional suppression. They taught emotional acceptance. There is a profound difference. Suppression says, "I should not feel this." Acceptance says, "This is what I am feeling right now." One creates conflict, the other creates space. And space is where healing begins. Many worn-out minds are not exhausted because life is unusually difficult. They are exhausted because every difficulty becomes a fight, every challenge becomes resistance, every imperfection becomes a problem, every uncertainty becomes an enemy. Imagine carrying a heavy backpack. Now imagine constantly pushing against that backpack while carrying it. The weight has not changed, but the effort required has doubled. This is what resistance does. It adds struggle to situations that are already challenging. The Stoics understood that acceptance is not surrender, it is clarity. Acceptance simply means seeing reality before deciding how to respond to it. A person who accepts the weather can still carry an umbrella. A person who accepts a challenge can still work to overcome it. A person who accepts uncertainty can still make wise decisions. Acceptance does not eliminate action. It eliminates unnecessary conflict. One of the reasons resistance becomes addictive is because it feels active. The mind feels like it is doing something, fixing something, protecting something, controlling something, but often it is simply draining energy. Energy that could be used for adaptation, for growth, for presence, for peace. Tonight, consider where resistance is still operating in your life. What realities are you still arguing with? What facts are you still demanding be different? What emotions are you still refusing to allow? What uncertainties are you still demanding answers from? Notice how much energy those battles require. Notice how long they have been going on. Then gently consider another possibility. What if the exhaustion you feel is not coming entirely from life? What if part of it is coming from the struggle against life? Because there is a profound difference between carrying a challenge and fighting a challenge. One requires effort, the other consumes energy endlessly. As this understanding settles into the mind, something begins to loosen. The argument softens, the tension eases, the constant push against reality becomes less intense. And in that softening, an extraordinary amount of energy becomes available, energy that was trapped inside resistance, energy that can now return to living, to healing, to resting, to simply being present. The Stoics discovered a secret that many exhausted people spend years searching for. Peace does not arrive when reality becomes perfect. Peace arrives when the war against reality finally ends, and perhaps tonight one of those battles can be laid down. Not because life has changed, but because you no longer need to spend your precious energy fighting what already is, and in that release, the worn-out mind finally begins to discover what true rest feels like. As the mind begins letting go of its resistance to reality, another exhausting pattern often becomes visible. It is a habit so common that many people mistake it for preparation. They believe it is helping them, protecting them, making them more ready for life. But in reality, it is often quietly draining enormous amounts of emotional energy. It is the habit of constant mental rehearsal. Many people spend large portions of their lives practicing events that have not happened. They rehearse conversations. They rehearse arguments. They rehearse disappointments. They rehearse explanations. They rehearse future challenges. The mind becomes a stage where countless imaginary scenes are performed every day. A meeting next week is already being played out. A conversation tomorrow has been rehearsed 20 times. A problem that may never happen has already been solved 100 different ways. The body remains in the present. The mind lives inside simulations. At first, this feels useful. The person tells themselves they are preparing, being responsible, thinking ahead. But there is a hidden cost. Every rehearsal consumes energy. The nervous system often responds to imagined situations as though they are real. The heart rate changes, the muscles tighten, the emotions activate. The stress becomes genuine, the scenario remains imaginary. This is why a person can feel exhausted after sitting quietly for an hour. The body did almost nothing. The mind fought 10 battles, held 5 conversations, solved 12 future problems, and defended itself against situations that do not even exist. The Stoics understood that the mind often creates suffering by living too far ahead of reality. They knew that imagination is a powerful tool, but they also knew it can become a source of unnecessary distress when left unchecked. Many people become trapped in endless rehearsal because they believe preparation will eliminate uncertainty. If they think about a conversation enough, they will not be surprised. If they rehearse every possibility, they will not be hurt. If they imagine every outcome, they will be ready. But life rarely works this way. The conversation unfolds differently. The situation changes. The person responds unexpectedly. Reality refuses to follow the script, and suddenly all those rehearsals prove useless. The exhaustion remains. The certainty never arrived. Marcus Aurelius frequently brought his attention back to the present moment because he understood a simple truth. Most imagined futures never happen exactly as expected. Yet countless people spend years emotionally living inside those futures. A person may spend 3 days worrying about a conversation that lasts 5 minutes. 3 days of tension, 3 days of anticipation, 3 days of mental rehearsal for 5 minutes of reality. This imbalance exists everywhere. People spend hours preparing for criticism that never comes, weeks anticipating disasters that never arrive, months rehearsing failures that never occur. The mind becomes trapped inside possibilities. One reason mental rehearsal becomes addictive is because it creates the illusion of control. The mind feels productive. It feels active. It feels like progress is being made. But often nothing is actually changing. The same scenarios are simply being repeated, again and again. The person believes they are solving something. In reality, they are often strengthening anxiety. Every rehearsal teaches the nervous system that the situation is important enough to deserve fear. The more it is rehearsed, the larger it becomes. Eventually, even ordinary events start feeling overwhelming. Not because they are overwhelming, because the mind has spent so much time preparing for them. The Stoics offered a different approach. Instead of rehearsing every possible outcome, prepare your character, prepare your response, prepare your attitude, prepare your ability to adapt. Because no amount of rehearsal can fully prepare you for reality. Reality is alive, reality changes, reality surprises. But a resilient mind does not need perfect preparation. It needs flexibility. This is where freedom begins. The anxious mind says, I must think through every possibility. The wise mind says, I will handle what happens when it happens. The anxious mind keeps rehearsing. The wise mind keeps living. Another hidden danger of constant rehearsal is that it steals emotional energy from experiences that are actually happening. A person sits with family while mentally preparing for tomorrow. They walk through a beautiful afternoon while rehearsing next week's challenges. They lie in bed at night while solving imaginary problems. Life keeps offering moments worth experiencing. The mind keeps missing them, because it is busy practicing futures. The Stoics understood that life can only be lived in one place. Here, not in tomorrow, not in next month, not in imagined conversations, not in hypothetical outcomes, here. And every moment spent rehearsing a future that does not exist is a moment not fully experienced in the present. Tonight, consider how much energy has been spent practicing scenarios. How many conversations have been held entirely inside your mind? How many arguments have been fought before they happened? How many futures have been rehearsed? How many possibilities have occupied your attention? Notice how exhausting that process has been. Notice how little certainty it ultimately created. Then gently ask yourself something different. What if you no longer need to rehearse life before living it? What if your strength does not come from prediction? What if it comes from trust? Trust that you can respond when the moment arrives. Trust that you can adapt. Trust that you can handle reality without spending hours preparing for every version of it. Because the truth is that some of the most important moments of your life were never rehearsed. You met them as they came. You responded in real time. You found your way forward. That same ability still lives within you. As this understanding settles into the mind, the endless rehearsals begin to lose their urgency. The imaginary conversations grow quieter. The future stops demanding so much attention. And in the space that remains, something beautiful begins to return. Presence. The ability to be here without constantly practicing for somewhere else. The ability to trust yourself enough to stop preparing for every possibility. The ability to let tomorrow remain tomorrow. And perhaps that is one of the deepest forms of rest available to a worn-out mind. Not knowing exactly what comes next, but no longer feeling the need to rehearse it before it arrives. After everything we have explored tonight, one truth becomes clear. The worn-out mind is rarely exhausted because life is too heavy. More often, it is exhausted because it has been carrying far more than it was ever meant to carry. Old wounds, future fears, unfinished stories, constant preparation, endless self-pressure, invisible responsibilities, internal battles that never seem to end. The Stoics understood that peace does not come from controlling life. It comes from changing your relationship with life. It comes from releasing what no longer belongs to you, from trusting yourself instead of fearing every future, from accepting uncertainty instead of fighting it, from setting down the burdens that have followed you for far too long. Tonight, as sleep gently approaches, remember this. You do not have to solve everything before you rest. You do not have to earn peace through struggle. You do not have to spend the rest of your life surviving. The battle can pause, the armor can soften, the mind can finally rest. And perhaps for the first time in a very long time, you can stop carrying the world and simply allow yourself to sleep. Before you drift off, leave a comment with the words, "Tonight, I set it down." Let those words be your promise to yourself that you will no longer carry what was never yours to keep. And if this journey brought you peace, subscribe to the channel and join us again for more timeless Stoic wisdom to help you rest deeply, think clearly, and live lightly. Sweet dreams.